Good Saturday evening, everybody. Welcome to Woodbine Mohawk Park here in Campbellville, Ontario. There's a live look at the battlegrounds here tonight. Preparations getting set for our 12-race program, 45 away from the opener. Beautiful looking conditions again. Looks like that's going to be the theme, at least for the next week or so. We're on a fast track for the 12 dashes, 22 Celsius, 72 Fahrenheit, so not terribly warm out there. Northeast wind at 7 kilometers an hour, just a bit of a breeze. Let's get you caught up with the early changes on our Saturday program. Race number 1 starts the first of 3 Pick 5 opportunities. The early one guaranteed at $75,000. We've got a scratch, judges, of number 6, Just Business. Take out number 6, Just Business. Race 2 on the program. Number 1, Chickabell, blinkers to blind. Number 7, One Last Wish, also blinkers to blind. Blinkers to blind, the change on both 1 and 7 in race 2. Third race, kicking off our early pick 4 with a 6, Kiss. Open to blind. Open to a blind bridle on number 6, Kiss in the third. Pick 6 wager starts in race 4 where 1, Sendika. Gets Swedish blinds tonight. Open to Swedish blinds on number 1, Sendika in race 4. Fifth race, number 9, Blinded by Delight. An upfront shoe change from steel to aluminum. Steel to aluminum, the upfront shoe change on number 9, Blinded by Delight. Mid-pick 5 starts in race 6, no changes. Seventh race is all clear. Late pick 5 underway in race number 8, also eligible, does not draw in. Race 9 starting the late pick 4, no changes. 10th race, all clear. Race 11, we're all clear. And the high 5 finale, race 12. Jackpot carryover, just over 5,300. One night carryover there. And just note that number 10, RJ Ringo, is not missing any chart lines. Lines are all up to date on the 10. That's it. Just a handful of changes on the Saturday 12-pack. Thanks for joining us. Good luck with your wagers. 43 away from the first. Sit tight. It's Woodbine Racing Live coming up next.
The Woodbine Mohawk Park Racetrack is located within the traditional lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit of the Anishinaabe peoples and the Haudenosaunee, on whose traditional territory we meet. Mohawk, our namesake, is one of the Haudenosaunee nations, Kanyen-Kahaka, meaning the people of the Flint. This territory is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, an agreement between the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee to peacefully take care of the land and resources around the Great Lakes. Woodbine Entertainment is honored to care for this land, our human and equine athletes, and provide a place to race responsibly that offers a meaningful way of life for thousands of Ontario families. Miigwech, Niawen, Kanaskomitin, Merci, thank you.
Campbell still the best, 19 in a row. Campbell.
Down to the wire. Anthony Chef wins the Simcoe Stakes.
He's big, he's strong, and he has got it going on. Top 25, Canada's horse. Some reach somewhere.
Yeah, motivated on focus.
There, Rafael Pacing.
This is the moment. Gotta one up my opponent.
Nick Wicked on the outside.
Gotta get it, the mindset. Gotta put it in motion.
You gotta be kidding me. TCI wins the million.
Game time, that I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds.
Lean back, get your picture taken.
Crowning moment on Canadian soil for Bulldog Hanover.
Motivated on focus.
A late push from Confederate. It's my show. Wins the big show.
This is the moment.
And good evening, everybody. Welcome inside the studio. Chad Rosema here for the Saturday edition of Woodbine Racing Live as we continue on with our 5-day stretch of harness action. Already a couple of great days in the books and some strong handles. Appreciate everybody playing along last night. We were nearly 2.5 million wagered. Yes, we might have had a carryover in the early pick 5, which certainly helped to inflate that. But even if you take that out, it's still a great handle on the program that we had last night. And some really good results with some of the 2-year-olds, future stars, on the program that we'll be talking about in a few moments as I welcome in my co-host here, Mr. Randy Waples, our racing analyst. And I know you were off yesterday. How was your Friday? all in all?
Good. Just watching the Stampede Corral here. You tell me how them cowgirls come up with those names.
Yeah, there's some
Have you ever heard
boyish ones.
Have you ever heard names like that for girls before?
No, we just saw one. What was it? Can you remember what it was?
Oh God, I can't remember. There's so many of them.
Almost
now.
like two names put together.
It's amazing. Yeah, really.
Yeah,
it is.
they're unique.
Very, yeah. It was a good Friday. I watched the races. I watched Mr. Zeron and Miss Blow. I thought that they did a really, really good job.
Had a good time?
I think so, yeah. And I mean,
Yeah.
he was informative in that and good. And his horse, wow. I mean, what a nice horse
nice
that
one,
is.
doesn't he?
He's got a couple of nice ones this year, I think. So, well done. And it was a nice night to have off and ready to get at it there. The weather hasn't gotten any cooler.
No, I mean, I know it says 22, but you and I are both outside. It seems like it's a bit warmer than that. I mean, it's maybe not quite as humid.
Yeah,
you know,
there's a bit of a breeze.
Yeah, but it is still kind of warm out there. But yeah, the weather's looking great over the next several days, which is good, and what we expect in the month of July, I guess. Let's look back at last night. I mean, we could recap all the 2-year-olds, but we're not going to dive into all those because we've got a lot to cover. But we do want to look at the Grand Circuit because the Tompkins Gears in town, one division each for the Philly Pace and the Colt Pacers. And Dave Maneri's Charolais Cattle, first over effort from her, Randy, and just kept coming forward here to win in 53.
Yeah, this was a hard-fought contest here, this one. Wow. I mean, they really went hard at it here. I thought Tyler Jones's horse raced good, but, this Charolais Cattle, I mean, talk about fly under the radar. Everybody knew that she was deep, but the problem is how deep are they when they get in against 8 other deep ones, too, So good drive by Louis and a great result.
And how live was Trevor?
Oh,
Trevor had Boardwalk Babe might have been her name.
Yeah,
Like
there
it's
was
Matt
two-
Dupuis for Andrew Moore.
Yeah, he's down on the inside.
Yeah,
There was 2 of them in there, Trevor and one other one there that were really loaded.
Maybe Mark McDonald.
Might have been Mark too. Yeah.
And then here, Doc Moore had 3 of them in the Colt Pace for the Tompkins Gears, but Shalom Hanover down the road, 26-4 on the end of it. Mascarpone chasing in behind. He raced well too, but he was 2 lengths behind Shalom Hanover, 50-4 right off the bat.
Yeah, what's amazing? Like the horse in front's so much smaller, but look how much easier his gait is than the one in the 2-hole. There's no work to it. You know what I mean? I don't think Bobby or Paul Coffey were extra big guys, to be defensemen and that, but their gait was so smooth they could cover a lot of ice, and that's what I'm seeing with this guy. Not an overly big horse, not long or anything like that, but does he ever have an efficient gait? Like no wasted movement whatsoever.
Yeah.
He must be something to sit behind. You wouldn't even be able to feel him touch the ground.
Remember when that Doc Moore was talking about retiring?
What?
Remember when he was talking about
Yeah.
retiring?
Yeah.
Yeah. You get Bo, and that kind of foils your plans.
Yeah.
And now he looks like he's got some other nice ones.
Yeah.
Out here. So, yeah.
Well, if he didn't get himself hurt there a few weeks ago there, I think he was going to maybe head to be a professional pickleballer.
Pickleball.
Yeah, he's big into the
Is he?
pickleball now.
He's big into the slow pitch, too.
Yeah. I'd like to get him on a tennis court. I don't know much about pickleball, but boy, would I ever like to get him on a tennis court one time.
Yeah,
I didn't have much athletic ability, but I could move a tennis ball around.
Some nice ones last night. Louis sweeping those Tompkins Gears. We will have those coming up for the Trotters on Thursday, Friday. I think it's the Phillies on Thursday, the Colts on Friday coming up next week. So looking forward to that as well. Dave Maneri, who did send out one of those Grand Circuit winners, not in the winner's circle last night because he's in Jersey. Stayed over there. He was able to win last week with Irvin. He might even have a couple others down there, but Irvin back at it tonight. Meadowlands has a big card that, of course, you can watch and wager right through HBIBet.com. But we do want to focus in on Dave, who always seems to fire at a high percentage, and what he's got going on over the next couple of days. Nothing on Sunday, so he'll get a rare Sunday off, at least here racing. Saturday here tonight, Randy, he's got a handful of them. Any of these you're backing?
I'm First Class Mass. I'm not 100% sure if I got him on top or not. I mean, pretty close to it. Scorpion Sealster in for second, but I think that's just about it. For them all. I like this new graphic there, too, that they came up with. You know what I mean? They're telling you if they've gone up or down in class. You know?
Yeah, or if they stayed the same as what you're looking at is staying at the same class level. Class that he's not often down there, but he's been there for a bit now. And that nominator's a 6,000. The Ontario grassroots starters now we see pumped up to, 28,000?
I think so, yeah.
The Ontario started horses are going to get even more money, so even more incentive to follow along with the Ontario horses. Then looking at Monday and the ones that he's got, awaiting Unstable Genius too, and when his next test is going to be. I don't know if he is eligible to that Tompkin Gears or not.
Do you think there was any breaths back in the audience there when they seen Stable Genius in the optional 20, thinking is that the one that won the other night? No, that's Unstable Genius.
Yeah, exactly. So he's in there. You can buy him for an optional tag, but he's got some others, including Going for Broke and Canadian Blondes as well. So
I think Going for Broke second start LASIK, so I could be using him, and he's dropping down a class.
He flew home in that first start to be second.
Yes, he did.
What did he do last week? He profiled him. I can't remember where he finished.
Can't really remember where he did, but he might be a play of mine.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And then looking ahead to tonight, we've got a 12 race card. Again, a little different than what we see on a lot of our Saturdays. Still some really good classes, but we don't have an open pace yet again. And
no stake races.
Yeah, no stakes, which even of the provincial level here, but doesn't mean it's not a good wagering card.
This is a great wagering card.
And you've got some full fields and things of that. And again, some high-end classes that we're looking forward to here. At this point, the only scratch we have is the 6 Just Business in the opener, so it puts us down to a field of 9. Sherlin Hanover slightly favored, but 2-1 as well on the 5 Captain Nathan, who, if he doesn't throw a shoe in the stretch last week, I mean, he's certainly going to be closer than he was, but he was starting to set up for a pretty good rally there.
Yeah, and it wasn't just the shoe.
Oh, what else?
Toe weight as well.
Oh,
so completely threw him right off balance.
Right off, yeah.
Yeah, and even with all that coming off, he still didn't want to run. He still tried to keep going. You know what I mean? So obviously a horse that brings a little bit of back class as well, because all the equipment just more or less fell off. Coming on, that's a big difference. No shoe and a toe weight. He wears a toe weight as well. That's a lot of weight comes off of one foot. I mean, they don't know where to put it down then. Yeah. So I'm going to go to him in here. I really like Captain Nathan in here tonight. I think he was a winner until the equipment malfunctioned, and like Chad said, it was a shoe, but it was also a toe weight as well. So I think that things are going to be a lot better for Captain Nathan in here, and I think this horse brings a lot.
Yeah, and not really surprised to see him be. Yeah, he's a sweep. I wouldn't have been surprised if somebody ended up going another direction on somebody here, but
I am. I think you could easily,
single for you then.
Captain Nathan.
Yeah,
I think he is. No, I backed him up with I am. I'm a big fan of I am as well. You know what I mean? So 4 and 5 is the way that I'm going to go in my pick 5, but Nathan's going to be my top pick.
Yeah, and again, for anybody out there handicapping, I know sometimes we fall into where you'll all of a sudden look and say, well, this week he's going for 22, last week he's 19, it's a jump up. It's not. It's the purses have been pumped up, and so it's actually the same class. They're just going for a little bit more money right now.
Yeah.
That's a look at the opener. We start the first of 3 pick 5s, guaranteed at $75,000. We go over to race number 2. We've got some mares in here. It's one of our bottom level conditions. Nominers at $2,500 in their last 4. I know you are going to dial up a replay here in a moment, but I mean, we've got some, Randy, that we generally aren't used to them being down here. Let's say Tells in a Roll, a Source Sealster, a One Last Wish, because these are all mares that have been at the very top level on our circuit, but right now they're all just kind of trying to find their way.
Yeah, you just named 3 of my top picks in here. Yep. The only one that you didn't name is going to be Cobra Kate, and that's going to be first start Jamie Copley. So that's kind of like worth taking a look at as well. So we do have a replay of Tells on a Roll in here. We're going to show you this replay. This one, we're going to take you back a little ways, because I want you to see just how sharp she is coming around the last turn. So you can see Travis is sitting, fifth on the rail here right now. And as he gets into this last turn, you're going to see she's sharp, and he doesn't really have a whole lot of options to go. So right here, he's sitting a very, very tight fifth. They come off of his back. I don't know if by design he stays where he is. Maybe he could have come first over. Maybe he just didn't think that, it was that her form was good enough. But look at her here. I mean, she's got lots of go right here, and I mean, it's going to get even dicier here in a second. And Travis is one of the safest drivers you're going to see out there, but he gets himself into no man's land here, basically pacing on Jody's outside wheel, because he's got nowhere to go, and she wants to go. So at this point, he still has no place to go with her. He tries to find a seam, but it just isn't going to happen. And at some point, she's going to say enough is enough. Now, he is going to get her out through here, and let's see what she does. Does she have any go, or was she playing possum? I say she's got go. So she's got a nice post to work with, a nice locked-in trip in her last, coming down. in class
Yeah.
as well. So there's just a lot to like about Tells on a Roll in here. You know, I know a lot of people are going to be taking a look at Pretty Missy May. I didn't even put her on my ticket. Now, maybe that's wrong on my part because she is in good form. She is going to lose Cliff McGuire, go to Gerard Demers's barn, but his barn's been
I was going to say, is that fairly lateral
pretty
right
well.
now?
Pretty well, yeah.
They're
I would
both
have
really
to say.
sharp, having great years.
Right,
Yeah.
but it's the 9 hole.
Yep.
Maybe the 9 hole is going to be enough. If he comes out of there with her again, she might get stung. That's what I'm going by because, like Chad said earlier, we got different horses in here now than what she was beating up on the last couple of times that she had to race in here. So Tells on a Roll. One Last Wish I'm going to throw in for second. Cobra Kate, first start Copley, going to throw her in for third. And then I'm going to use Sorcia Sealster in on the bottom. And the biggest reason being is that they're going to go back or they're going to take her off of Lasix. And I'm wondering maybe the hot weather and her being on Lasix, you know, maybe she's had some tie-up issues, you know. I mean, she's not coming out of the races as fresh as she should be. Lasix can be hard on a horse in this kind of heat because they pass a lot of bodily fluids. You got to get them fluids back into them somehow, you know what I mean? So I'm interested to see if this off the Lasix program is going to help Sorcia Sealster, but 2735 is how I'm going to go.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing you pointed out there is just that this class just has a different look than it normally does because you've got so many that have just ooze back class at the top level coming in here tonight.
And even like One Last Wish, I mean, she didn't race bad in her last start. She got drove. She got drove hard. And I mean, you know me, I like that angle. I think that he can come back with another big effort. And Ken Susi going to send in a bridle change on her. They're going to go from blinkers to a blind bridle. That usually means bingo.
Over to race number 3 to kick off the early pick 4. We'll stick with fillies and mares. This time we're up to anometers of 9,000 in their last 4. And, I mean, we just saw she's a streaker in that replay, you know, winning. You know, and this was one from the inside. In that race, if I'm not mistaken, Tyler was listed on 2 of them, and he went to this one, and the other one he opted away from was one that he generally does side with.
It wasn't Blinded by Delight.
I don't know if it was Blinded by Delight in there, or it might have been that, was it that Brickman one that you liked?
Macapello Sealster, yeah.
Was she in that race? And he often
could have
does
been.
go with her.
Yeah,
and he went
for
this one's
sure.
direction. I mean, they were both long shots, but obviously he picked right and you know, got a good win. She'll be confident, but now she's up in class. What about like a Verity Blue Chip? She's coming down and probably should like this spot.
I would have to think that she's going to be real live in here. You know, Mark's getting himself coming back to a live drive. He did nothing with her the week before, so she's going to come in here sharp. I threw her in for second. I like her. Didn't use the 2 outside ones. Cold Creek Fuego, wasn't sure what to do with her. Maybe I'm higher on her than others or whatever, because I really do think that there's a lot of depth with Cold Creek Fuego. So we'll have to see down the road. Madam X threw her in on the bottom. Good lucky in It's back in the game. But where I'm going to go, Chad, is Kissin'. The 6 horse in here. Bridle change getting sent in by Marie Dupont. Going to go from open to a blind bridle. I've had a big case of Kissin' in the last couple of weeks. I've used her the very first start off of the qualifier, and I used her again last week. Now, she's going to come more or less back to the same class, but I think that she's a little tighter. My biggest thing with her is this, I just find around that last turn, she gets a little bit rough and she loses a little bit of ground. I'm hoping that, they can get that fixed, because if they can get that fixed, I think that this one's got some depth to her. Haven't seen a lot of it just yet, but I think that there's a lot of depth there. So I think Jason Ryan, Mr. Ricky Bobby, is going to be picking himself up a very live drive.
And some of these mares, when you look at their recent races, some that were in that pop-up had to face off against Sensationalized. She flew home in like 25-3 last night to be second in the Mares Open. But then there's some that have been racing against Absolution. Well, she won the Mares Open last night. So they've been facing off some, against some pretty good mares in recent weeks.
They have, yeah. Nice drop down for a few of these. And like I said, Verity Blue Chip, I mean, he did nothing with her, and she paced a back half in 53 flat. She's going to be live.
Over to race 4, pick 6 gets underway. We also had a carryover last night in our pick 6. I think it attracted nearly 20 grand of new money. Again, a really strong handle, looking for that to continue here tonight. We've got Thrill, Cold and Gelding trotters, grassroots starters. Nominators of 16,000 in their last 4. Prospect starters are also eligible in here, but bottom line is a great opportunity to earn some cash and stay fit ahead of the next test, but $28,000 up for grabs. Morning line favorite, not even 5-2, not even 2-1. You get another great mass at 3-1. That leads me to believe, Randy, that this is maybe a little more wide open, competitive.
Yeah, I would say, but I still think he kind of stands out, don't you?
The great mass.
Yeah, I think he does. I think that he's real close to being, maybe a gold caliber of a horse. You know what I mean? They went gold last year with him. They haven't gone back to golds. But I think at some point, if he starts to get consistent, they might go there. I think there's a big motor with this guy. So I think he looks good in there. PL Talladega, won't be using him in here tonight there. I thought the last time he raced here, bit of a tough trip. Looks like he had kind of a 3-wide journey around Clinton's last turn and his last two, and he draws the outside. So not real sure about him. The one that scares me the most actually is the one horse Syndica.
Yep.
Yeah, this is what? So 2 starts in Lasix. Both times he's gotten better each time that he's raced on it. Now he gets a bridle change tonight. They're going to go from open to a set of Swedish blinds on him. Benoit. The only thing is that I think that maybe I might be able to have a jump on him post position wise. Not really sure what he's going to be able to do with him from the rail, but I know another great mass. If Trevor wants to step on the gas going out of there, he can do that.
Would you be surprised if JF McGuire's trotter all of a sudden came up with a mile quick enough to beat these?
No.
Silver Detector?
Got him in for third.
Yeah.
Louis
driving tonight.
Yeah, he said last week that he also lost a shoe. I talked to JF after the race, and he said it was a shoe that he lost as well. And, his lines looks just so unbelievable when he came here last week there. So I don't mind taking another chance with him again. And anything that comes out of JF's barn, I look at.
We're going to skip over 5. We're going to head to 6. That kicks off the mid-pick 5 on the Saturday 12-pack. And we kick it off with numbers of 6,000 in their last 4. On the pace, field of 10. In the center, it's Captain Fear Not. He's getting, another drop down. I mean, that was a considerable enough drop, I thought, in his latest. Wasn't beat much, and now gets an opportunity to get in even cheaper here with a good draw. I mean, he looks tough on paper, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's the best in here. I think like his last start there, it was just maybe bad positioning. He just had too much ground to make up. But he also, to me, maybe was a little bit empty, considering what he should have been bringing. Like, like I said, I thought that maybe Jody left a little bit too much ground. I mean, he comes back half in 53-2. So, I mean, he didn't race bad. But to the same effect, I thought maybe there should have been a little bit more there. And then they missed a little bit of time with him. June the 27th was that last date. So it almost like they missed a little bit of time, maybe tune him up a little bit, do some vet work on him. Maybe his blood wasn't where they wanted it to be. But either way, I think he's going to come in here a lot sharper in here today. So let's take a replay on Captain Fear Not. And like I said, I thought that this was a good effort. I just kind of thought that maybe it was just too much ground at the time to make up. So you can see Jody, he's third over right now in this race. And they go down to the half in 53-4, and they come back half in 54-3. So 54-3 is a really tough half to make up ground into. From where he is, he'd have to come a half in about 52 flat to get the job done. So you can see what I mean. He's racing good, but I kind of thought maybe there should have just been a little bit more pop, whether he was out of position or not. It's a good race, but I wouldn't say that it was a great race, And now that he's missed a little bit of time, comes back to this race, I think he should be good to go in here. I threw Jack Panic in for second, Lose World in for third, and I threw Convoy 22 in for fourth. Boy, oh boy, is that horse ever racing good right now.
Yeah, and Trevor goes to him. I mean, Scammer raced really good last time for Rod, and but I know this is a pretty sizable step up for Convoy 22, but Trevor must have liked what he saw.
Well, it's just that last race when he went in 50, like when he moved him, my goodness, like I mean, he was just shot out of a cannon. So maybe he wants to see just how far that speed can go.
Yeah, and I'm sure you won't be surprised if Murner's got Lose World ready to roll, despite the fact he hasn't raced since the 20th of June.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The one that I'm kind of like, I'm still trying to figure him out. To me, he's a huge riddle. Is this 8 horse?
What you're looking at?
Yeah, but that's the whole thing. What you looking at?
What he's been showing at.
Yeah, what you looking at? Yeah. I don't know what I'm looking at right now. I mean, this horse, I've seen him make his way up to the Open and be, almost getting the job done. And now it just seems like he just can't seem to find the right class for him.
Yeah, the last couple of years, just not winning.
Not like he should have been. No.
Right? Yeah. No. All right. right, that's a look at race number 6. We'll go to the trot in race 7 here, 5 and under. It's a non-winners of 3 group of 10. Again, some could be just prepping for upcoming OSS. Some could be prepping for maybe Grand Circuit. It's a nice little bunch in here. Mix of some boys and girls. Dusty Roads for Tim Cherwayko. We figured it wouldn't take long before he got this one to the winner's circle. He just seems to do well with his, horses that he finds. A lot of them come from that Harrisburg mix sale. You'll buy at, what we consider a bargain price.
Yeah, but well bred.
Yeah. Ones where, those prominent owners shelled out a lot of money, but they've given up. It's okay. Let's, turnover. We cut our losses, and he jumps in.
And it heads right into his wheelhouse. Hard worker. And he uses the pool a lot. A lot of his horses swim.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But yeah, really, really hard worker. Knows his thing, and horses like him. That's the big thing too. Horses really, really like him. He's very quiet, kind of a, if anything, you'd even maybe say shy would be the word I would use. You know what I mean? But horses absolutely love him. You can see when he's in his barn, they just keep their eyes on him at all times. So, good to see him.
You're going to go with the filly.
I'm going to go with the filly.
Okay.
And I know she's got a little bit of a stale date, but I don't know if that's going to be that much of a problem in the Backs barn. I think that they can get a fast mile into her. I'm honestly going to go with her because I truly do believe that she is the most talented horse in the field. She is coming in on a bit of a stale date, but none of these horses scare me. I honestly do look at her as a Grand Circuit 3-year-old filly, whereas a lot of these other horses, I kind of look at them as 3-year-old grass rooters. You know what I mean? So, yeah, One Bell is the route that I'm going to go. Got her as my beat the favorite.
What about Land the Plane? What's going on with him?
Got him in for third. I don't really know what's going on with him. He made that break in his last start there. He also, another horse that brings a lot, but with the outside post position, I just don't really want to. Yeah, I don't know really what he's going to do with him, So, yeah, he brings a lot, but I don't know that much. I think Louis picking himself up a live drive with Maison Blue.
Yeah.
Because of all these other horses, Maison Blue I like. And I'll tell you one that I really wanted to pull the trigger on, but she has the rail. I'm telling you, this Kayla's in Charge is a nice horse, this one. And a 4-year-old racing against 3-year-olds is always a big advantage.
Yeah, and Maison Blue, if I'm not mistaken, I think Louis drove this one initially as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
He's familiar with this guy, and he's rolling. He's won 4 in a row. You had him on your ticket last start, and he's 11-1. It didn't make much sense.
No, it didn't. I forget who they were playing, and that was a toss of the dice.
Somebody. It was just one of those weird boards.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think it was toss of the dice, maybe. Yeah, he was the favorite in this last. Yeah.
All right. Race number 8. We've got 3-year-old Colton Gelding grassroots starters going for $28,000 in here. We've got a field of 10. We've got some names that we're quite familiar with. I know you do want to profile one that's getting a big swing in the post position. I know you don't love the rail necessarily, but you'd probably take the rail over the 10-hole.
Over the outside rail any day. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Walter's Nip.
At least from the inside rail, there's a pretty good chance you're not going to get parked.
Yeah.
You can take
true. And you know what? I don't know what it is, but lately I've been seeing quite a few horses getting away very well from the rail.
From the rail?
Yeah. Pushing out of there really well.
Good. Oh, that's good. Good to know. I'm going to go Walter's Nip. I'm going to play against Scorpion Sealster. I really do think that Scorpion Sealster, this is more, if he behaves himself with the speed that he brings, I think this is kind of his race to win or lose. But this Walter's Nip, even though he's going to be coming up into what I consider a bit of a move up from the buffer into these grassroots starters, because some of them, they have a few wins. Barracuda Hanover has 3 wins. Scorpion's got 5, and Walter's Nip has 6. So, I think it's more or less, kind of even, but a bit of a step up. So let's take a look at Walter's Nip, because this one really impressed me in that last start. Frankie Baker brings him in, has the 10-hole, Tyler Borth down to drive, and makes a big move on the end of it. So follow along. Let's see how Walter's Nip looks to you guys out there. Tyler, already 3 deep with them. How's that sound? You're halfway around the turn there, and you got enough go that you don't mind being out there. Jody's going to come out and play, which is going to now put him out 4 deep into this turn. And now it looks like Jody's got maybe a little bit further over, so now he's about 5 deep coming into the stretch. He's lost some momentum, no doubt about that. And the other thing too is, you've been around a long time, Chad. Frank Baker, whenever he brings horses here, you got to watch them. Because he does well here.
Limited starters, but does well.
Does really well here, and here's this guy. He just keeps coming and coming and coming. So I'm thinking to myself, if he can, get a little bit of a cleaner trip around that last turn, might be able to turn that second right into a win.
Yeah, I wonder when they'll maybe try moving him earlier. Do you know what I mean? Because he's been well off of the pace in both starts here, and you can see that he does have an ability to be used early.
Yeah,
Not saying that's the winning recipe, but you just wonder at what point will they maybe try that with him here?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm thinking that maybe last week he was a bit of a stale date, little bit of a stale date, 12 days or something. He had the 10 holes, so they probably yeah. But the one before with the grassroots, I'm thinking it was more along the lines of we haven't raced him in the grassroots. Let's see what we got. And he was just trying to trip him out. So I think Tyler knows exactly what he's got now, and I think he likes him. He had a choice in here. He could have went with DA Let's Dance in this race as well. And he's going to go back to Walter's Nip. So I'm riding with you, Tyler.
Yeah, Frank will get a good idea too of how this horse is in the grassroots company here tonight.
Yeah.
As well. Race number 9, this I think is our feature. Non-winners of 24,000 last 4, 33 grand they go for. Again, we haven't had an open in, what is this, like 3 Saturdays in a row, I think. I mean, Mineri's got a handful of them, south of the border. There's probably some others racing, maybe just getting some downtime. Brew Hanover now was sold privately. Goes to Jody Sanderson and Kyle Fellows. This horse they've bought because they're going to take him out east for the Gold Cup. In there, and Brew Hanover just doesn't often get an opportunity to race down in this class either.
No, he doesn't. Louis Waugh going to pick this guy up. Look at the choices that Louis had on that side.
Yeah, he was listed almost the field.
Basically, he was on all 10.
Yeah.
And he got to choose whichever one he wanted there. So I hope Louis chose right. Wow, that is a lot of horses to be down on in this one, and he elects to go with a horse that we pretty well considered to be the best in here. He's moving into the Fellows camp. I don't think that that's going to be too much of a difference, and whatever difference maybe some people would look at it, this is a big drop down from where he normally has to race in the Open. Bit of a stale date. That doesn't bother me either. So Brew Hanover, I think, is the horse that they have to beat. Going to put Double and Dasher in for second.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, and Brett's horse, I'm going to throw him in for third. Yep. I never know what I'm going to get with him. You know what I mean? I know that he races very, very well, but sometimes he races better than other times, So he's a bit of a crapshoot sometimes.
Well, he missed the whole month of June.
Yeah.
At least he got that tune-up at Tioga, and it was a winning one. So again, this guy, as long as he's feeling good physically, he'll probably be a factor here. He knows his way around this track.
Just a horse that knows how to win races.
Yep.
Hey, and I was looking there too. He's getting real close now. What, 930,000 lifetime? So less than $70,000 away from $1 million. Good luck.
Yeah, I think Kyle told me the other night he's got Brew here for maybe just this start or one more, and then the horse is going to go out east to get the preparation.
Get ready for out there. I wonder who's barn.
I'm not sure who.
Cool.
Gets
Well, best of luck.
Yeah, all the best
out there. Best of luck.
Good luck to Jody Sanderson too.
Yeah.
I'm sure this wasn't a cheap horse.
No.
I think we'll have some big names out there this year.
Yeah, good. Yeah. And he's a beautiful looking individual too. I'm sure you already know that there, but he's a good looking horse.
Over to race number 10 as we kick off our final pick 3 of the night. We've got a group of 10 in here. Non-winners of 9,000 in their last 4. Remember the Alamo from the inside. He is the favorite. Now, he's got Louis Waugh driving him here tonight. Tyler had been doing a lot of driving on him, and maybe Ben just said, okay, let's give it a whirl here with Louis. Remember, the Alamo obviously looks good, but Hanover's a classy horse that comes in here with some pretty good form, and then a couple others they can toss in too.
Yeah, no, it's a tough bunch in here. I end up going to Nuclear on the outside for 4th.
Okay.
Pacino in for 3rd. You brought his name up. Stonebridge Helios. He needed that start too. And had the 9-hole. Comes down in class. We could be seeing a bit of a speed show, and sometimes that doesn't bother me because they come back to you. Lately, Helios, when he goes on a speed show, he don't come back. Yeah. He just keeps going. Like, this is a horse that can lay down 47 real easy, it seems. So threw him in for second. But remember the Alamo, we got a replay to show of him tonight. He's going to be my top pick in here, and he's also going to be my all-in tonight. I really like him in here tonight, and he's also going to be a single in my late pick 5. So let's take a look at the replay on Remember the Alamo. And Tyler Borth driving him this week. He gets away in the 2-hole. He's going to get himself, looks like a really nice trip. But then they start to sprint pretty good at this point. He gaps a little bit of ground, kind of gets himself into a spot where I think it was tough for him to get him back to the outside. Now he's down in on the inside, and they're going to start to kind of collapse a little bit here. I think the horse race good, but I think that he's really going to enjoy getting away from some of these Bearcats that he had to face off in here. So Louis going to get a chance at Remember the Alamo. At this point, Tyler just baking for room.
Yeah.
But, at the time when he had the chance to move him, maybe the horse wasn't that good at that point, and I've done that myself a few times, just stay on the inside. A few steps later, it's like, oh, no, and now they want to go, So I think Louis picking himself up, and there's another sweep.
Another sweep for it. We've seen a few of these here tonight. I don't know if that just says that there's going to be some short price horses mixed in here tonight, but Remember the Alamo, an obvious one, obviously, to go with. I mean, Pacino Hanover, he's scattered through some of these tickets. I know he's moving up, but you and I both know, it's not like he'd be afraid of a class like this at all.
No, the one that I'm the most scared of, to tell you the truth, I like Nuclear, I threw him down, but it's major. I mean, he was such a good qualifier, and then his first start, he raced really good. We know that he's capable of beating these kinds of horses, and big props to Mark McKinnon, having this horse so good. So I'm going to take one more week on It's Major, and just pray that, tonight isn't the night that he happens to go. I think within a week, maybe a start or two starts, I think you're going to see It's Major in the winner's circle. It looks amazing out there.
And anyone who might not know, Mark McKinnon, main guy for Dave Maneri.
For
Casey years ago,
for
right?
Years, yeah.
So
no, really knows
he's
stuff.
come up, through some good ones.
And a hard worker.
Race number 11 to kick off our late double with a group of 10 on the pace numbers of 2 or 30,000. No wait list. Here's your classic second start Lasix. I thought he raced really well first start Lasix. A horse that, was kind of searching for some room. 48-2. Just ignore that, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Major Mickey is in here. He has not scratched out of this race, just having... again, the gremlins here with our graphics, but back to no wait list in this spot, even from the outside. This guy's wicked off the wings of the gate.
Yeah, he's going to be tough in here. I threw him in for third. I just don't know how hard they're going to want to be on him. I mean, I think they're going to want to come out of there with him, but do they want to chop, or do they want to find themselves, a bit of a trip and let one go? And then sometimes when that happens, you don't get to control your own destiny, and you get caught down in there. So I'm going to play against him, and the only reason I've loved this horse all along. I really do think that the Lasix is going to help him big time, and I just think he's a really, really nice horse in no wait list. But where I'm going to go is exactly correct. This horse, when he won actually 2 starts ago, when Trevor drove him, I thought he raced incredibly well there. And then last week, Jody got a chance to drive this guy, and I mean, to me, he just looked like he was in a completely different postal code than the rest of them. So exactly correct is the way that I'm going to go in here, and didn't key him in my late pick 5, but I really do like him in here tonight. I think he's going to be a deep horse in this race.
Major Mickey, you could use him if he didn't miss all that time.
Yeah, for sure. If he didn't miss all that time. I ended up throwing mega moves in between exactly correct and no wait list. I think he's another horse that's racing pretty good, and with an inside post and being right beside exactly correct, I'm just kind of hoping that JR stays with him.
Okay. We have one more to talk about, but we're going to skip over that for now. I know Randy's got a replay on He's a Control, but maybe we'll show that during the coverage tonight.
Sounds good.
Throughout the night. Just a one-night carryover in the high 5 as well. I got a jet upstairs. Get ready for the Anthem Singer as well in the Saturday 12-pack. Good luck with all your wagers. All the best down here.
Thank you.
And Randy's going to leave you here with some tickets to follow along with.
All right, so let's get into the multis. And the first one is going to be my early pick 5. Only one key is going to come along in this sequence, and that's going to be in race number 4, and that is going to be Another Great Mass. I think that he's got a good post position to work from, and I think that he could get the job done. Other than that, I am and Captain Nathan. I'm going to start it out with Nathan being my top pick. Tells on a roll. We showed you that replay. I think she was locked in and live on the end of it. Cobra Kate and One Last Wish, also very, very live horses in there. Kissin' is going to be my top pick over Verity Blue Chip in race number 3. You've seen the single. And then in race number 5, I'm going to go Tamara Hanover and a locked-in Sunshine Magic. I do think that Tamara Hanover is the horse that's bringing the most here right now, but Sunshine Magic is sooner or later is going to get through. She's been locked in so many times and live, and sooner or later she's going to get through, and when she does, I want to be holding the winning ticket. So there is my early pick 5. Now, let's take a look at the mid pick 5, starting off in race number 6. And I'm going to start this one. There's going to be a few more singles in this one. I'm going to start off with a single of Captain Fear Not. One Bell and Maison Blue in race number 7. I think Maison Blue is the best of the 3-year-old trotting colts right now. I think One Bell has the most talent of any of them in the race. But I'm telling you, this Kayla's in charge is tough right now as well, but she does have the rail to work with. Race 8, Walter's Nip will be my top pick alongside of Scorpion Sealster. 3 deep in race number 9, top pick going to be Brew Hanover. And like Chad was telling you, make sure you take note that this horse is in Kyle Fellows' barn now, not Dave Maneri's. And then race number 10, I'm going to close it off with a single of Remember the Alamo. Now let's take a look at the late pick 5 in here. Okay, going to start off with Walter's Nip, Scorpion Sealster, then that 3-pack in race number 9. Race number 10, the single of Remember the Alamo. Race number 11, exactly correct and no wait list. Now, if it had got a little bit more dicey, I probably would have singled exactly correct. I honestly do think that he's the one to beat in there, but I got big props on no wait list, and I love the second start Lasix angle on him. Race number 12, we didn't get a chance to show you the replay, but I honestly do believe that He's in Control is going to be sneaky good in here tonight. I thought that he had a really good effort in his last start. I think he brings a lot of back class in that race, and I think that Kyle Bossens has this guy backfiring again. So He's in Control, going to be my top pick in there. Let's take a look at some of the plays of the night. And I'm going to start right off in race number 1. That's going to be Captain Nathan. Remember, now he threw a shoe last week, but he also threw a toe weight as well. And that is really going to make a mess out of a trotter's balance. Big thing with trotters is balance. And when that balance disappears, they start hitting themselves, and then they will make a break. So this guy should be a lot better in here tonight. Beat the Favorite's going to come in race number 7 with One Bell all in. Remember the Alamo in race number 10, and worth a look right back to race number 12 with He's in Control. Okay, a couple of the resident guys. Let's see what they got on store first tonight. Kevin Ploucher going to go Seclusion in race number 5. I like that. I think I got her. I think I am using her, but not on the top. Yeah, I got her in for 4th. Nice pick there. Gislan, Maison Blue. I agree with you there. Gislan, top shape, and I do think he's the top 3-year-old grassrooter right now, trotting colt wise. And Remember the Alamo for Garnet spot play. I don't know if he's going to get a spot play out of it, but I do think that horse can come up with a big effort there tonight. So best of luck to Kevin, Gislan, and Garnet on their night as well. And I think that just about does it for us. Anybody out there looking to hear a national anthem, stick around, because we're going to have that for you in a few minutes too. We'll be back in a few. Stick around. We've got a big night of Saturday night racing here at Woodbine Mohawk Park, all in store for you.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to direct your attention to the Winback Farm Winter Circle here at Mohawk Park as we welcome back to the track Celine Young for the singing of our national anthem. Celine is a 12-year-old performer with a passion for singing, musical theater, and playing the violin. She recently appeared as Susan Waverly in White Christmas at the Shaw Festival in Niagara-on-the-Lake and previously performed as Matilda in Matilda the Musical with the Burloak Theater Group and young Elsa in Frozen Jr. with the Milton Community Theater. As a violinist, Celine recently won first place in RCM Level 8 Violin at the Hamilton Music Festival and placed second at the Ontario Provincial Finals. Celine is thrilled to have the opportunity to sing the national anthem this evening. If you are able, please rise and remove your hats for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Great job, Celine. Thank you. As she helps us usher in our Saturday night harness program, and 9 minutes away from race 1 of 12. Leading off post parade for race 1 is 1, Sherlin Hanover. Louis Waugh on the bike. Kyle Fellows trains for Dean and Ashley Wilson. Vista Verde, number 2. Guy Gagnon trains and drives for Jeremy and Denny Marcotte. Number 3, Go Roscoe. Bob McClure on the bike. Roger Mayotte trains for Just in Time Stable. RAW Equine Incorporated, Ben Moudry and Brittany Mayotte. Tyler Borth driving the 4IM. Herb Holland trains for Carolyn McIsaac. Number 5 is Captain Nathan. Scott Young drives. Jess Hayter trains and owns with Ed Hayter. 6 is out. Number 7, Masspar. Todd Ratchford between the wheels. Greg McNair for Strideline Racing. The 8, Push to Start, has J.R. Plon at the controls. Ashley Lenvoy trains and owns with Jalen Hill. Trainer Rod Hughes sending out number 9, Pat's Queen for owner Harness Horsepower Incorporated with Daryl Thiessen driving. And number 10 is Southwind Florence. Mario Bergeon at the lines. Susie Kerwood trains and owns with Stanley Zipkin and RAW Equine Incorporated. That is your field race number 1 on a Saturday 12-race card. $75,000 guaranteed in tonight's early pick 5. It starts in 4 minutes.
Almost $50,000 already in that opening pick 5 pool. This is going to be a decent sized pick 5 pool in here. That's Sherlin Hanover on your screen right now. This has been a really, really nice kind of a filly that Dean and Ashley Wilson have been racing here. It's a green shoe filly. And, you know, she's a really good racehorse, this one. I don't know if she's like, you know, the be-all and end-all of stars, but boy, oh boy, would a person ever like to own her. She tries every start. She looks good out there. Just a really nice kind of horse. I threw her in for 3rd. She is 3-1. Picking up Louis Waugh here tonight. He's been a couple of starts since he's drove her, but he was the one that was originally driving her. Always got along real well with her, but she still does have this rail to deal with there. I just think there's a couple of other ones here that might be able to kind of overpower her a little bit because of that tricky rail. The 2-horse Vista Verde, now I won't be using him in here because they only afford me 4 picks. If I had a 5th pick, I'd be all over this guy. I'm telling you, this is a really, really decent looking kind of a horse out there. And I mean, look at the lines that he's been bringing. I mean, his last trip there is 56 over Grand River. And the week before that, he was a winner in 55 over Grand River. I think he's going to fit in here quite well. If I did have a 5th pick, he would be the one that I would be putting it on, but I won't be using him in here tonight. The 3-horse Go Roscoe at 10-1. I will be using him in here coming out of the Roger Mayotte camp. I thought that this guy had a good race in his last one in the grassroots, but does leave him with just the smallest of a stale date, June the 25th, and he missed 10 days before that one on June the 15th. So I think that the horse is coming in here on good form, and he looks good, but I'm not 100% sure if he's right at his game fitness-wise, so I'm going to throw him in on the bottom of my ticket. This 4-horse could do just about anything tonight. I say that we're looking at a 1-2 punch here with the 4 and the 5, and this guy could turn the tables. This is a really nice horse of Herb Holland's. His last couple of starts, you know, he hasn't maybe been showing quite as much as what he was a little bit earlier, but I think he's going to really like this class. He's going to get away from some real toughies, and I think he's going to be one of the toughies in this class. He looks great. That is my top pick right there. That is Captain Nathan. And on the pregame show, we were telling in that last start, wasn't just the shoe that he, you can see on his front feet. If we get a good shot of those, he's got a set of, he's got a heavy set of plastics on already, you can see. And then those things that are in front of his feet, those are things that are called toe weights. And they're basically bring, you know, a little bit extra weight. So when he loses the toe weight and that heavy shoe, really knocked his balance off. He should be a lot better in here tonight. The 7, the 8, and the 9, I won't be using in here tonight. It's just going to be that inside 5 that I'm kind of concentrating on in here. Best of luck is how you see it. I'll be back to talk to you before race number 2. Remember, this is the kickoff to that $75,000 guaranteed pick 5.
And that pool continues to close towards that guarantee. Should jump up to that and beyond over these last couple of clicks. A group of 9 on the trot to start our Saturday program. Welcome to the races, everybody. Enjoy your night. Good luck with all your wagers. Field of 9 on the trot for the Saturday opener are lined up. Here they come. Away they go. Off and trotting. And trying to leave out of there outside. Push to start in Southwind Florence from the rail. Sherlin Hanover off to a fast beginning. And then in behind horses, mid-pack, I Am along with Captain Nathan. We've further back find to Go Roscoe's trotting 6th heading to the opening turn, followed by Vista Verde. Further back, it's Mass Bar and the early trailer, Pat's Queen. Push to start and J.R. Plant. Leaders to the opening quarter in 27-1 with Southwind Florence second, soon to be third. Sherlin Hanover coming out of this bend into the backstretch is on the move for Waugh, and Sherlin Hanover will sweep up and by Push to Start. On the move out of 4th is I Am. Third now, coming after new leader Sherlin Hanover as they race beyond 3/8. So it's I Am and Tyler Borth now to make it another lead change. Sherlin Hanover in the pocket. Push to start. The early leaders now trotting 3rd in front of Southwind Florence 4th. 2 more lengths. Captain Nathan's the 5th one. Tracked 6th by Go Roscoe, halfway home in 56-1. Vista Verde 7th. 2 more lengths. 8th to Mass Bar. Trailing 9th is Pat's Queen. I Am the leader, Sherlin Hanover, the tracker in 2nd. Push to start 3rd and Southwind Florence 4th. Captain Nathan starting to inch a bit closer from 5th, ready to get a move on as they head to the final turn. Following that one is Go Roscoe, further back Vista Verde, Mass Bar, and Pat's Queen. Sherlin Hanover beginning to angle out of the pocket and on the move out of 4th. That's Southwind Florence and Mario Bergeon appearing live here and swinging wide off the final turn. 124-4. And here comes Southwind Florence coming after leader I Am, and even wider is Captain Nathan, cut loose in the center of the track by Scott Young. In behind is Push to Start. Here's Captain Nathan sweeping up and by. Captain Nathan at 1-2. Sat 5th row most of the mile, but was best down to end by about 3. Second best I Am. Then Push to Start. 152-4 for Captain Nathan. Five, 4, 8, 7 unofficial. Race 1 winner, number 5, Captain Nathan. Back in front of us. 3-year-old black gelding by Captain Corey is out of the Muscles Yankee Dam, DD's Destiny. Jess and Ed Haderone, Jess the winning trainer, Scott Young the winning driver. Captain Nathan now 3 for 8 this year. Trots a lifetime best 152-4 in the Saturday opener at 1-2. Race 1 payouts, number 5, Captain Nathan, $3, 220, 210. Second, number 4, I Am, 360, 260. Third, number 8, Push to Start, 470. $2 Exacta, 910. The dollar try, 2020. $1 Super, 167.50. Almost 101,000 wagered in the early pick 5, with more than 47,500 of live money. Moving on to leg 2. Come. Away they go. Off and trotting. And trying to leave out of there outside. Push to Start and Southwind Florence from the rail. Sherlin Hanover off to a fast beginning. And then in behind horses, mid-pack, I Am along with Captain Nathan. We've further back find to Go Roscoe's trotting 6th heading to the opening turn, followed by Vista Verde. Further back, it's Mass Bar and the early trailer, Pat's Queen. Push to Start and J.R. Plant. Leaders to the opening quarter in 27-1 with Southwind Florence second, soon to be third. Sherlin Hanover coming out of this bend into the backstretch is on the move for Waugh, and Sherlin Hanover will sweep up and by Push to Start. On the move out of fourth is I Am. Third now, coming after new leader Sherlin Hanover as they race beyond 3/8. So it's I Am and Tyler Borth now to make it another lead change. Sherlin Hanover in the pocket. Push to Start. The early leaders now trotting third in front of Southwind Florence fourth. 2 more lengths. Captain Nathan's the 5th one. Tracked 6th by Go Roscoe, halfway home in 56-1. Vista Verde 7th. 2 more lengths. 8th to Mass Bar. Trailing 9th is Pat's Queen. I Am the leader. Sherlin Hanover, the tracker in 2nd. Push to Start 3rd and Southwind Florence 4th. Captain Nathan starting to inch a bit closer from 5th. Ready to get a move on as they head to the final turn. Following that one is Go Roscoe, further back Vista Verde, Mass Bar, and Pat's Queen. Sherlin Hanover beginning to angle out of the pocket and on the move out of 4th. That's Southwind Florence and Mario Bergeon appearing live here and swinging wide off the final turn. 124-4. And here comes Southwind Florence coming after leader I Am, and even wider is Captain Nathan, cut loose in the center of the track by Scott Young. In behind is Push to Start. Here's Captain Nathan sweeping up and by. Captain Nathan at 1-2. Sat 5th row most of the mile, but was best down end by about 3. Second best I Am. Then Push to Start. 152-4 for Captain Nathan. Race 1 finish order from the top. It's 8-7-5, 2-1 scratch, 4-3-9, 6 on the bottom. Off to race number 2 next. Number 1, Chickabel and 7, One Last Wish. Both go blinkers to blind bridles. Post time in 9 minutes. Introducing the field for race 2. Number 1 is Chickabel. J.R. Plant drives. Herb Holland trains for Vincenzo Strangos. Travis Cullen driving number 2, Tells on a Roll. Jody Cullen trains for Paul Sanders, the A1 stable, and Ron Cullen. We're going to see number 4, Can't See Me next with Scott Young in tow. Sean Stacy training for Hudson Standardbred Stable Incorporated. Number 5, it is now to the track. That's Sorsha Sealster. Bob McClure drives. John Pentland trains. Also owns with RC Molyneux Racing. Peter Charlton, the estate of Archie Leach. 6 is Dixie Dream. Tyler Borth in the bike. Harry Poulton for the stable Dixie Dream. Mark McDonald driving number 7, One Last Wish. Ken Susi trains for Brian or Dr. David Legg. Lady Freight 8. Phil Hudon for owner-trainer Doug High. Number 9 is Pretty Missy May. Louis Waugh, the driver. Gerard Demers trains. Owner is Robert Woodburn. And as per usual, number 3, Cobra Kate, will be the last of the track. We await a visual on her. Daryl Thiessen is driving Cobra Kate for trainer Jamie Copley. And new owners Robert Watson and Mike Bartram. There she is being led to the track. It's your field of 9 for race 2. It's coming up in 4 minutes.
Race number 2 out on the track. We have Pacers, Fillies and Mares, non-winners at $2,500, last 4. Racing for a purse of $13,000 in here. That right there is Tells on a Roll, and we showed you the replay of her last start. I thought she was big time locked in. All the way around the last turn, all the way down pretty well, I would say, deep into the stretch. Then she does find a seam, and, she's got 2 ways to go, either just kind of stall or go forward. And she definitely went forward. I really, really like her in here. It's been a while, I think, since we've seen Tells on a Roll competing at this level. So she's going to be my top pick in here. In for third, I got Cobra Kate. This is going to be first start Jamie Copley. She was already racing extremely well for Kevin Bodds all season long. This is a 4-year-old Big Bad John. This one, she can be a little bit feisty at times, I think. A lot of times you'll see her wearing that kicking chain like she's wearing in here tonight. So I think she can be a little bit feisty. The odd time you've seen drivers standing beside her on the track, they've gotten off of her, so she might have got into some heavy kicking there. Looks like she wears a brain cord too. So, sometimes when a filly like that, you can just tell that she's probably quite temperamental, but that temperamental suits her well because it just makes her tough out there, makes her want to win, makes her want to compete. So literally like Cobra Kate out there tonight. The 7-horse, One Last Wish. Now, this is the scary one in here to me, and I mean scary by a capital S there. Look at her. She ever looked good tonight. Blinkers to a Blind Bridle tonight for her. I thought that she raced good in her last start. I honestly just thought that she got overdriven. She was down the half in 53 and change. Just, to me, not really her kind of miles, but look at her. Look at her out there tonight. Wow, does she ever look sharp. Yeah, I am using her in my pick 5. Got her in for second, but I'm glad that I'm using her in my pick 5. My goodness, she's making a great presentation. That is Sorcia Sealster. At some point, we got to figure the riddle out on Sorcia Sealster. I got her in for 4th. They're going to take her off the Lasix program. Some horses just don't really agree with Lasix. A lot of times you think to yourself, oh, I'll just put them on Lasix and that'll be the cure-all. But a lot of times it is, but some horses just don't take to it. Now, she looks sharper out here tonight than she's looked in a while. Sometimes with the Lasix, they can be allergic to it. It can just kind of give them a little bit of a reaction, it dulls them. A lot of times, they'll expel so much bodily fluid that they'll go into the race and be a little bit dehydrated. So this will be an interesting change on Sorcia Sealster. I'm not using the 9-horse at 4-1 right now. Pretty Missy May. She's got the 9-hole. She's coming out of a real good barn. Demers just picked her up, but this is a complete different bunch than what she's been having to compete against. So I'm going to pull the string and play against Pretty Missy May in here tonight. So my numbers 2, 7, 3, and 5 in race number 2. I'll be back to talk to you before race number 3. If you're looking to play a multi, that's going to be the kickoff to the early pick 4. Best of luck in here.
Final call to wager as the starting gate is on the move with a field of 9 lined up in behind. 6-5 on 2 tells in a roll. Randy showed a great replay there of her latest where she was victim of a shuffle, but then alive through horses late. Nice building effort for her. We know she's got tons of back class. More than $900,000 she's earned throughout her career so far. She's even money on the board. It's post time for race number 2. Race 2 mares Picking up speed. Away they go. They're often pacing. Pretty Missy May from the outside. Leaves out of there for Wah. Inside put into play. That's Cobra Kate. Down along the pylons. Tells on a roll. One Last Wish drives out as well. Then Sorcia Sealster parked out in fifth. To the inside is Can't See Me. Last three are Chickabell, then Dixie Dream and Lady Freight. Pretty Missy May, the leader. One Last Wish pressing on after the front, and she'll get there now. It's the free-legged One Last Wish to show the way into the backstretch. She's a length and a half in front of Pretty Missy May after a 26-2 opening quarter. Cobra Kate pacing third. Then it's Tells on a roll, the even money favorite on hold from fourth right now. Sorcia Sealster's tracking her. Another length and a half to Can't See Me. Then Chickabell, Dixie Dream, and Lady Freight. Coming up to the half, the mares are single file with One Last Wish leading at 5-1. Still a length and a quarter in front of Pretty Missy May, and halfway home in 54-4. Cobra Kate third and Tells on a roll next fourth. And she's beginning to angle, and that might get Cobra Kate on the move out of third. In fifth, it's Sorcia Sealster. And then Can't See Me, starting up Dixie Dream, Chickabell and Lady Freight trails. One Last Wish. A length and a quarter still in front of Pretty Missy May with Cobra Kate first over, a bit closer third. Tells on a roll, ready to pounce. 3 wide, there she goes now, and 4 wide is Sorcia Sealster off the final turn. 1:23 3/4, and it's One Last Wish and Mark McDonald on top 2. Pretty Missy May called on in behind her and cut loose in the center of the track. Sorcia Sealster. Tells on a roll, needs to find more. It's still One Last Wish. Sorcia Sealster gaining into second. One Last Wish, though, to the line first. It's going to be One Last Wish by about 2.5, 3 in front of Sorcia Sealster, and Tells on a roll in 1:50-2. Seven 5-2-9 unofficial. Number 7, One Last Wish. Returning to the Mohawk Park Winner's Circle after capturing tonight's second race. The Bay Mare, 6 years old, by Better's Delights. Out of Arts Diva by Art Major. It's a winning homebred for owners Brian and Dr. David Legg. Ken Susi trains a Mark McDonald, the winning driver. One Last Wish notches her first of the year in her 6th attempt. 18th career score, 150-2 by a couple of lengths. One Last Wish at 5-1. Race 2 payouts. Number 7, One Last Wish, $13.65, $83.50. Second 5, Sorcia Sealster, $12.25. Third, number 2, Tells on a Roll, $2.10. $2 Exacta, $139.30. The dollar Try, $219.85. Dollar Superfecta, $880.45. And the $2 Early Double Return, $25.40. 7,600 plus still live in that pick 5, heading on to leg number 3. Race 2 mares picking up speed. Away they go. They're often pacing. Pretty Missy May from the outside. Leaves out of there for Wah. Inside put into play. That's Cobra Kate. Down along the pylons. Tells on a Roll. One Last Wish drives out as well. Then Sorcia Sealster parked out in 5th. To the inside is Can't See Me. Last 3 are Chickabell. Then Dixie Dream and Lady Freight. Pretty Missy May, the leader. One Last Wish pressing on after the front, and she'll get there now. It's the free-legged One Last Wish to show the way into the backstretch. She's a length and a half in front of Pretty Missy May after a 26-2 opening quarter. Cobra Kate pacing 3rd. Then it's Tells on a Roll, the even money favorite, on hold from 4th right now. Sorcia Sealster's tracking her. Another length and a half to Can't See Me. Then Chickabell, Dixie Dream, and Lady Freight. Coming up to the half, the mares are single file with One Last Wish leading at 5-1. Still a length and a quarter in front of Pretty Missy May, and halfway home in 54-4. Cobra Kate 3rd and Tells on a Roll next 4th. And she's beginning to angle, and that might get Cobra Kate on the move out of 3rd. In 5th, it's Sorcia Sealster. And then Can't See Me, starting up Dixie Dream, Chickabell and Lady Freight trails. One Last Wish. A length and a quarter still in front of Pretty Missy May with Cobra Kate first over, a bit closer 3rd. Tells on a Roll, ready to pounce. 3 wide, there she goes now, and 4 wide is Sorcia Sealster off the final turn. 1:23 3/4, and it's One Last Wish and Mark McDonald on top 2. Pretty Missy May called on in behind her and cut loose in the center of the track. Sorcia Sealster Tells on a Roll, needs to find more. It's still One Last Wish. Sorcia Sealster gaining into 2nd. One Last Wish, though, to the line first. It's going to be One Last Wish by about 2.5, 3 in front of Sorcia Sealster, and Tells on a Roll in 1:50-2. Race 2 finish order reads from the top 7-3-9, 8-2-5, 1-6, 4 on the bottom. Coming up next, it's race 3. We kick off our early pick 4. Group of 9 on the pace. Number 2, Wicked Pace. Blinkers to Open and a Murphy blind added on the right side. Number 6, Kiss, open to blind. Post times in 12 minutes.
This summer, experience the thrill of Canada's biggest race day, the King's Plate, Canada's most prestigious horse racing event, where elegance meets excitement and tradition meets celebration. Tickets on sale now at kingsplate.com.
Winback Farm graduates are born to compete and raised to win and have made over $480 million and have won over 50,000 times. Yearlings for sale in Goshen, Ohio, Lexington, London, and Harrisburg. Featuring first crop yearlings sired by Meadowlands Pace winner Beach Glass, Adios Pace winner Cannibal, O'Brien Award winner Lawless Shadow, multiple O'Brien Award winner Tattoo Artist, and Van Patch Award winner Volume 8. Yearlings eligible for multiple racing jurisdictions. For more information, visit winbackfarm.com.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label will sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
On parade for race 3, number 1 is Faded Fire. Daryl Thiessen for trainer Pam Forgy and owner Mindy Finley Repko. Number 2, Wicked Pace is driven by Jody Jameson. Paul Cameron trains and owns with Jamie Cameron and Arnold's Horse Shack. Tyler Jones gets the assignment behind 3 My Bitcoin for owner-trainer Clement Lozano-Thier. The 4, Coal Creek Fuego is driven by Louis Waugh. Daniel Walker trains for Coal Creek Standardbred. Here's number 5, Madam X. J.R. Plon in the bike. Isaac Waxman trains for Ian Fromowitz. Number 6, Kiss, driven by Jason Rhines, trained by Marie-Hélène Dupont for Ecurie CSL, Brad Grant, and a numbered company, Quebec Incorporated. Number 7, Verity Blue Chip, Mark McDonald aboard. Greg McNair trains for Strideline Racing. 8 is She's a Streaker. In the bike, Tyler Borth, Seamus Quill trains for Bill Donovan. And Twinbee Empress is number 9. Jonathan Drury handles the driving. Kyle Boston's trains for Jordan Ontario Incorporated. That's your group for race 3 to kick off early. Pick 4 next. Post time in 6 minutes.
Race number 3 on the track. One Last Wish getting the job done. Big time, in a big way in race number 2. But I'll tell you what I took away from race number 2. I say Sorcia Sealster likes the no Lasix. She was really, really good in here tonight. Can't wait for her to come back out next week. Okay, let's move on to this race number 3, this kickoff to that early pick 4. Right on your screen right now, that is Cold Creek Fuego. This is the daughter of Sunfire Blue Chip. I think that this girl has a lot to bring. I don't think we've even scratched the surface just yet. I think she's a really, really nice horse. At some point, I think she will be making her way up to the Fillies and Mares Open. It might not be this year as a 4-year-old, but at some point she does have the parts and the ability to make it up there. Look at this one. I mean, hardly, any equipment on her whatsoever. Just a really, really nice looking filly out there. Well done, Dan Walker for Cold Creek Fuego. I got her in for 3rd. She is 8-1 right now. Moving on to the 5-horse, Madam X. This one going to be making the first start for Isaac Waxman. Murner had this one, was racing really, really good for Jerry. Then Gerard Demers had her for 2 starts, but never really seemed to muster the same kind of results. Now, the one time he did try her in that optional 50, and it just doesn't seem to really work for her. And then her next start, she took a big 3-wide park. You can see the half in 54, 3/4 in 123, and they just kept coming. She was the favorite that day. She will not be the favorite in here tonight. I'm going to throw her in on the bottom. Welcome back, Ian Fromowitz. The 6-horse, Kiss N. This one's going to get an open to blind bridle change tonight for Marie-Hélène Dupont. Now, where I've seen that she's had a little bit of issues is sometimes she gets a little rough around that last turn. Now, looks like she's got a gating strap on the inside, the thing that's running along his leg that runs alongside her body. That's just there to keep her rear end straight when she goes around that turn. Now, she might have been wearing that all along. I don't remember it. This is the first time that I've seen it. So, if it is, this could make a big difference with her. It could get her around that last turn a lot easier. Won't lose nearly the momentum. Myself, I mean, it's not that I dislike gating straps. I just think gating poles are much, much better. I think that they're the best thing that has come out in harness racing since, maybe pull out earplugs, the gating pole. I would ask for a gating pole over a head pole any day of the week. I really do think that that's the way to go. So he does have a strap on her, though, so maybe that'll make things a little bit easier. She looks good out there. She's taking good support at 4-1, and she is my top pick in this race. 7-horse Verity Blue Chip, a lot of people liking her in this situation. 9-5, nice locked-in journey last week for her and Mark McDonald. Mark McDonald given the peace sign in the last race there with One Last Wish, hoping that he can get back into the winner's circle in here. In my pick 5, I only have 2 to move on. I need the Kiss N, or I need Verity Blue Chip. I need the 6 or the 7 to move on in this race. So I like the way that both of them look out there. The 6-horse would give you a little bit better of a payoff, but Mark's coming to play tonight. This one looks like she's in a good spot in here. Let's take a look at a couple of the other ones in here as well that are taking support. Let's go out to, say, the 8-horse right on your screen right now. This is She's a Streaker. We actually ended up inadvertently showing you the replay of this one's win in her last start. I think we were showing you the replay on Tells on a Roll, and this one had the momentum on the outside, and she absolutely flew by for trainer Seamus Quill and Tyler Borth. Tyler coming right back with this girl. Unfortunately, she is going to have to come slightly up in class, and she is going to draw outside, whereas last week she did have the 2-hole. So not sure how he's going to do it with his daughter of Huntsville, but she is in really good form right now. The 9-horse Twinbee Empress, 6-1 on this one. moved up into the optional 50,000 claimer in her last couple of starts and just doesn't seem to have quite the pizzazz to get to the winner's circle. She's racing good. 2-4s, mile and 49, mile and 50. Check out that Rogues Gallery that she's been racing against in her last two. Absolution, Carrera, Sunset. But now she's got the 9-hole to work with in here tonight. So I just don't think that they're making it any easier on her. I'm going to take a wait and see from Twinbee Empress on the outside. The rail horse taking some looks. Faded Fire coming out of the Pam Forgy camp. This one's 7-1 right now. And that's about it. I would say the 2-horse, a few looks on this one too. Wicked Pace, Bitcoin in the 3 at 34-1 right now. I would say the 7, she looks like a 9-5 favorite out there, and right now she's taking the most support, but I still like this 6-horse as well. Best of luck is how you see this kickoff to the early pick 4. I'll be back to talk to you before race number 4, and that will be the kickoff to the pick 6. Stick around.
Wings of the gate come open. We're getting set for race 3. Final chance to wager. We've got the early pick 4 set to get underway. 2-1 on number 7, Verity Blue Chip. Great crowd out here at the track tonight, and we'd like to give a big Mohawk Park welcome to all the young stars of the U11 Mississauga Majors baseball team. Welcome to the track, everyone. Hope you're enjoying your night. And we hope you all can go undefeated the rest of the season. Field of 9 for race number 3, all lined up. Top of the stretch, here they come. At the start, and there they go. They're off and pacing. Down the center, Madam X and Cold Creek Fuego. Joining that pair now is Verity Blue Chip and Kiss. Widest is Twinbee Empress. Wicked Pace to the inside, followed by Faded Fire, the My Bitcoin, and she's a streaker. Continuing to battle into that opening turn and beyond. Here's McDonald with Verity Blue Chip. Now to take over from Madam X. Kiss is going to take a seat 3rd. In front of Cold Creek Fuego 4th. 2 more lengths to Twinbee Empress, 25 and 3 quick opening quarter. Wicked Pace is 6th as they head into the backstretch. Faded Fire next in line. The second to last, that's My Bitcoin, and another 1.5 lengths trailing. She's a streaker. Single file, field of 9, 3/8 in the books. And it's Verity Blue Chip on top at 5-2. Pocket riding Madam X. Kiss bet down as the 9-5 race favorite. She's got a seat in 3rd as they're halfway home in 53-4. Cold Creek Fuego 4th and staying in. Drury first up out of 5th with Twinbee Empress. Then Wicked Pace following her. From the back is Faded Fire to the inside. My Bitcoin. She's a streaker trails. Angled out of 3rd now. Kiss, but Verity Blue Chip trying to get away on her rivals. Leads nearly 3 heading to this final turn on Madam X, and Kiss, who's improving her position. Up on the outside now takes over 2nd. She's 2.5 away from the leader, Verity Blue Chip, who reaches 3/4 in 1:21-1. They turn for home. Verity Blue Chip with a couple to the good. Kiss in pursuit in between. Wide of that one, Cold Creek Fuego trying to find a way in between is My Bitcoin. She's made up some ground, and from the back is She's a Streaker. Verity Blue Chip still leading. Cold Creek Fuego getting closer, but Verity Blue Chip. McDonald comes right back. It's Verity Blue Chip by a 1.5 lengths. Cold Creek Fuego 2nd. She's a Streaker 3rd. 1:48-3. 7-4-8-3 unofficial. Race 3 winner, number 7, Verdi Blue Chip. Comes back in front of us. The Bay Mare, 5 years old, by Courtly Choice. Is out of the American Ideal Dam, Onassis Blue Chip. She's owned by Strideline Racing, trained to victory by Greg McNair. Mark McDonald, the winning driver. Verdi Blue Chip now 5 for 12 this year. That is her 11th career score. It's a life's best, 148-3. Number 7, Verdi Blue Chip, pays $7.70, $4, $3. Second, number 4, Cold Creek Fuego, $4.70, $3.30. Third, number 8, She's a Streaker, $5.80. $2 Exacta, $34. Dollar Try, $230, $60. Super, $1,318.45. $2 Double, pays $71.60. Dollar Pick, $345.30. Almost $31,000 wagered in the early Pick 4, more than $7,400 moving on. And we've got just under $1,900 in live money remaining in that Pick 5 as we head to the penultimate leg. At the start, and there they go. They're off and pacing. Down the center, Madam X and Cold Creek Fuego. Joining that pair now is Verdi Blue Chip and Kiss. Widest is Twin Bee Empress. Wicked Pace to the inside, followed by Faded Fire, the My Bitcoin, and She's a Streaker. Continuing to battle into that opening turn and beyond. Here's McDonald with Verdi Blue Chip. Now to take over from Matamax. Kiss is going to take a seat third. In front of Coal Creek Fuego fourth. 2 more lengths to Twinbee Empress, 25 and 3 quick opening quarter. Wicked Pace is sixth as they head into the backstretch. Faded Fire next in line. The second to last, that's My Bitcoin, and another length and a half trailing. She's a streaker. Single file, field of 9, 3/8 in the books. And it's Verdi Blue Chip on top at 5-2. Pocket Roddy Matamax. Kiss bet down as the 9-5 race favorite. She's got a seat in third as they're halfway home in 53 and 4. Cold Creek Fuego fourth and staying in. Drury first up out of fifth with Twinbee Empress. Then Wicked Pace following her. From the back is Faded Fire to the inside. My Bitcoin. She's a streaker trails. Angled out of third now. Kiss, but Verdi Blue Chip trying to get away on her rivals. Leads nearly 3 heading to this final turn on Matamax, and Kiss, who's improving her position. Up on the outside now takes over second. She's 2.5 away from the leader Verdi Blue Chip, who reaches 3/4 in 1:21 and 1. They turn for home. Verdi Blue Chip with a couple to the good. Kiss in pursuit in between. Wide of that one, Cold Creek Fuego trying to find a way in between is My Bitcoin. She's made up some ground, and from the back is She's a Streaker. Verdi Blue Chip still leading. Cold Creek Fuego getting closer, but Verdi Blue Chip. McDonald comes right back. It's Verdi Blue Chip by a length and a half. Cold Creek Fuego second. She's a Streaker third. 1:48 and 3. Here's how they all finished in race 3. From the top, it goes 9, 7, 4, 2, 6, 5, 1, 3, 8 on the bottom. On to race 4 next, starting our pick 6. Number 1, Sendika, open to Swedish blinds. Post time in 12 minutes. Number 1, Syndica leads parade for the 4th. Bob McClure drives. Ben Bergeron trains for Santo Annunzio Venna. Here's number 3, Zelennial. We'll see next. Mark McDonald drives. Carmen Asiello training for Tony Maselli. 4 is the Green Gazoo. Tana Borth at the controls. Clark Bealby trains and owns with Coyote Wind Farms. 5, the Conqueror. Burt Renault on the bike. Julie Walker for Murray Bradshaw. Louis Hua driving 6, Silver Detector. J.F. McGuire trains for Silver Stables. Number 7 is Another Great Mass. Trevor Henry drives for trainer Ed Piccone Jr. Wade Piccone owns. 8, PL Talladega, driven by Todd Ratchford. Matt Bax trains for Bax Stable David Hudson, Ronald Van Noort, and Brad Grant. Travis Cullen aboard number 9, 4th gear. Scott Mackin, and he trains and owns with Hutt Racing Stable, Mart West Racing Stable, and Kentucky Farm Incorporated. The 10 is Magic Liam. Guy Gagnon trains and drives for Écurie, Guy Gagnon Incorporated, Stephanie and Frederick Gagnon. And there is number 2, Stonebridge Mac, making his way to the track. Jody Jamieson in the bike. Scott McEnany trains and owns with Varsakis Racing. That's your field for the 4th. We start our pick 6 next. Post time in 7 minutes.
Race number 4 out on the track, the kickoff to the pick 6. If you're looking to do a wager, do some multis. And this is also the second last leg of that opening pick 5. So if you're still moving forward in your pick 5, best of luck in here. This is going to be a tough race. You see a lot of horses are taking support in here, especially the 1, the 6, and the 7. So let's break it down. See if we can get some info on some of these horses. That is Syndica on your screen right now. I have him in for second. 2 rounds of Lasix into this guy. And I say right from the very beginning, you can see it starting to work on him. I think he's been better each time that he's raced. I thought the last start was a really, really good one. He's going to get a bridle change tonight. He's going to go from open to Swedish. You can see those flaps on the outside. They're in the upright position. So he's going to start with an open. At some point, he will pull a string, and those flaps will come down. And he will then have himself a blind bridle. So he's going to go open and then start open, but at some point go to blind. Got him in for second. Really, really think he can race good in here tonight, but I'm a little bit worried with the rail, how hard he's going to have to push him out of there or where he gets away if he doesn't. So I'm going to throw him in for second. The 2-horse Stonebridge Mac, going to throw him in down on the bottom of my super. He's had 2 nice wins in the prospect, but he's coming back here and back onto the Lasix program again. He recently went on it. He couldn't race on it at Clinton. Now he comes back onto the Lasix. You can see the first time that he raced on it at Grand River, he was an overpowering winner, the easiest of winners. But then the next start without it, he only gets the job done by a nose. Now he comes back on it again. I think he'll have a better race here. The only thing that scares me a little bit is in the inside post position with him. And this is a tougher bunch, simple as that. So I'm going to throw him in on the bottom of my ticket. The 3-horse Zillennial, I won't be using him in here tonight. It's going to, maybe I should have picked him. That would be about the only way to slow Mark McDonald down tonight, would be a Randy Waples, pick him on top sort of a situation. That's an anchor if you ever heard one before. Won't be using the 3 in here tonight, but Mark McDonald on a big-time heater early in this program. The 4-horse, the Green Gazoo, coming out of the Clark Bealby stable. I won't be using him in here tonight. Tonight being the lucrative word. At some point, I am going to start using him again. I think he's racing really good for Clarkie right now, and boy, does he ever look fresh out there right now. So the 4-horse, I won't be using him. But there's a few people that like him in here. 7-1 right now on that bird. The 5-horse, the Conqueror, wow, what a nice effort he went two starts ago. And I don't necessarily think that the last effort was a bad one either. Burt Renault is going to pick up the lines tonight for this Julie Walker trainee. Middle of the gate for him. He did race in the grassroots starters in his last start. Like I said, it wasn't a bad effort. He should be able to go with this bunch. That's a nice number at 12-1. And boy, does he ever look good out there. But, Louis elected to go elsewhere tonight, Mr. Y. And we're about to come up to that one. And that's going to be the 6-horse. Silver Detector, coming out of J.F. McGuire's barn. Look at the numbers on this guy. He's 4 for 8 last year, 4 for 6 this year. This is a horse that knows how to win races. He came here last week. I love the lines on him. I don't know if I put him on top, but I was using him. I either had him on top or in for second, and he ended up throwing a shoe. You can see on the broken equipment, he threw the shoe and made a break coming out of there. So hopefully everything stays intact. That's exactly what happened in the first race we were dealing with when Captain Nathan threw a shoe last week, ended up making a break, now come back tonight with a huge victory. So maybe Silver Detector is sitting on a bit of a sleepy victory in here. Got him in for third. And another great mass. This is going to be my top pick in here, this 7-horse there. I really do think that this guy is real close to being a gold horse. He was a gold horse last year, and he could come back this year and still be a gold horse. Comes out of a very strong barn with Ed Piccone Jr. Always has horses at a very, very high number, and when it comes to trotters, you're just not going to get any better than the guy sitting behind this one with Trevor Henry. So a lot to like about another great mass, and he's taken a lot of support out there right now at 9-5. Boy, does he ever look good on the track. Hopefully maybe Trevor should be able to maybe move forward a little bit. Would I ever like to see this guy on the choo-choo? I'd like to see him on the hammer and see what he does from there. PL Talladega, a little bit of a tough trip, 2 down, where he was parked pretty well the whole mile. Then at Clinton, Todd gave him a bit of an easy one, but unfortunately had to come 3 wide around that last turn. That's enough to kind of stall your momentum there. Still trotted a mile in 57-4, but 2 grassroots, 2 tough races right in a row. I'm going to take a wait and see on him this week. 4th gear, won't be using him in here tonight. And Magic Liam. Now, this one's interesting because back on May the 25th, this guy raced in the grassroots, and was he ever sneaky good on the end of it? You can see the line, 27-4, 56. Now he comes back to this track. I've been waiting to use this guy, but unfortunately he draws the 10-hole. Best of luck anyway, Guy, but I won't be using you in here tonight. My numbers in race number 4, 7, 1, 6, and 2. Remember, this is the kickoff to the pick 6 if you're looking to play that. Best of luck. I'll be back to talk to you before race number 5.
Fourth race trotters begin to line up behind the gates. We've got a group of 10 to kick off that pick 6. 3-2 on 7, another great mass for Henry and Piccone, with Sendika on the inside getting play, and Silver Detector, the high percentage J.F. McGuire outfit. As Randy talked about, having the equipment issues in his latest, causing the break. They'll look to rebound here, gets to draw well. It's post time for race number 4. Fourth race field, all lined up. Here they come. And away they go. They're off and trotting. And Silver Detector is going to charge out of there along with another great mass. Then the Green Gazoo and Sendika. Stonebridge Mac into the top half of the group. Then it's further back Zillennial, being followed by the Conqueror. Last trio are led by PL Talladega, who's in front of 4th gear Magic Liam Trails. Silver Detector put on the point by Waugh, with Sendika pushing through well enough to be able to secure a trip in the pocket. So Henry tucks third with another great mass, 27-1 the opening quarter. The Green Gazoo 4th as they head into the backstretch, followed 5th by Stonebridge Mac. Then it's another 2 to Zillennial. That one's being followed by PL Talladega, next to last 4th gear Magic Liam, the trailer. Coming up towards the half, and we're going to get a lead change. Sendika is out of the pocket to come around Silver Detector. Then another great mass in the Green Gazoo. Break a 3 to Stonebridge Mac. being followed by Zillennial. That one's tracked by the Conqueror. Then PL Talladega, fourth gear, and Magic Liam. Half was reached in 56 and 3. Sendika and McClure heading into this bend towards 5/8. A length in front of Silver Detector. Another great mass, the Eva Money favorite, continues to stalk that pair from third, and back out of the pocket is Silver Detector for another move. To the inside, the Green Gazoo is going to make up some ground here for Borth. Another 3 to Stonebridge Mac, then a break of 5 to Zillennial. From the back, starting up, PL Talladega, the Conqueror. Fourth gear, Magic Liam, 125 and 1 3/4. Silver Detector takes over the lead again. Charging in behind is the Green Gazoo with some trot, diving to the inside. Sendika still there, trying to battle back. Stonebridge Mac and also another great mass. Silver Detector and the Green Gazoo set to decide it. Silver Detector on the outside gets up by a neck. It's Silver Detector over the Green Gazoo, tight for third, 153 and 3. Six, 4, 1, 2 unofficial. Winner of race 4, number 6, Silver Detector. Back in front of us, the bay gelding, 3 years old by alarm detectors out of the EL Titan Dam Silver. It's a winning homebred for Silver Stables. Winning trainer JF McGuire, Louis Waugh in the bike. For Silver Detector's 5th of the campaign in 7 tries. Now a 9-time winner overall. It's a new lifetime mark tonight, 153 and 3 for the 6 Silver Detector. Six Silver Detector returns 645, 10, 330. Second number 4, the Green Gazoo, 783.60. Third number 1, Sendika, 330. $2 Exacta, 34.50. The dollar try, 67.30. $1 Superfecta, 336.95. The $2 double pays 50.50. Dollar pick 3, 110.65. 1,400 plus still live in the pick 4. 326.16 in the pick 5 heading to the final leg. And the pick 6 pool tonight, just under 6,000 wagered, a little more than 1,300 of live money. Carries on to leg number 2. they come. And away they go. They're off and trotting. And Silver Detector is going to charge out of there along with another Great Mass. Then the Green Gazoo and Sendika. Stonebridge Mac into the top half of the group. Then it's further back Zillennial being followed by the Conqueror. Last trio are led by PL Talladega, who's in front of fourth gear Magic Liam Trails. Silver Detector put on the point by Waugh with Sendika pushing through well enough to be able to secure a trip in the pocket. So Henry Tuck's third with another Great Mass. 27-1 the opening quarter. The Green Gazoo fourth as they head into the backstretch, followed fifth by Stonebridge Mac. Then it's another 2 to Zillennial. That one's being followed by PL Talladega. Next to last, fourth gear Magic Liam, the trailer. Coming up towards the half, and we're going to get a lead change. Sendika is out of the pocket to come around Silver Detector. Then another Great Mass in the Green Gazoo. Break a 3 to Stonebridge Mac. Being followed by Zillennial. That one's tracked by the Conqueror. Then PL Talladega, fourth gear, and Magic Liam. Half was reached in 56 and 3. Sendika and McClure heading into this bend towards 5/8. A length in front of Silver Detector. Another Great Mass, the even money favorite, continues to stalk that pair from third, and back out of the pocket is Silver Detector for another move. To the inside, the Green Gazoo is going to make up some ground here for Borth. Another 3 to Stonebridge Mac, then a break of 5 to Zillennial. From the back, starting up, PL Talladega, the Conqueror. Fourth gear, Magic Liam, 125 and 1 3/4. Silver Detector takes over the lead again. Charging in behind is the Green Gazoo with some trot, diving to the inside. Sendika still there, trying to battle back. Stonebridge Mac and also another Great Mass. Silver Detector and the Green Gazoo set to decide it. Silver Detector on the outside gets up by a neck. It's Silver Detector over the Green Gazoo, tight for third, 153 and 3. Race 4 finish order. From the top, it's 3, 4, 7, 2, 6, 1, 5, 8, 10, 9 on the bottom. Race number 5 up next. Number 9, Blinded by the Light. Steel to aluminum shoes up front tonight. Post time in 13 minutes.
Winback Farm graduates are born to compete and raised to win and have made over $480 million and have won over 50,000 times. Yearlings for sale at Goshen, Ohio, Lexington, London, and Harrisburg. Featuring first crop yearlings sired by Meadowlands Pace winner Beach Glass, Adios Pace winner Cannibal, O'Brien Award winner Lawless Shadow, multiple O'Brien Award winner Tattoo Artist, and Van Patch Award winner Volume 8. Yearlings eligible for multiple racing jurisdictions. For more information, visit winbackfarm.com.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
Race number 5, soon to be coming out onto the track. It's been an interesting night so far. Silver Detector getting the job done in that last race for JF Maguire and Louis Waugh. The Green Gazoo raced a lot better too. And a horse that I thought was kind of sneaky on end in that last race was the Conqueror for JB Renault. So let's move on to race number 5. Right now you can see Seclusion. Lukewarm favorite, but she is your favorite, 5-2 from this 15 time starter so far this year, and only the one win to show for it. She did race down in this class 2 starts ago and ended up with a nice second in there. And the start before, she was in non-winners of 6,000, ended up 5th in there. I'm not going to put her on as the win candidate in here. She does have a lot of talent. You know, maybe she might be able to get the job done, but just kind of a weak sort of a win record so far this year. Anyway, things can change. Jacques Dupont's barn has been really on fire lately. You know, maybe McClure is going to be enough to make a big difference on this one. Second start for Bobby in the bike with this one, but I'm going to throw her down in on the bottom. Right now, 3-2. On Seclusion. My top pick is going to be Tamara Hanover in here. Travis Henry, I think, is going to be picking himself up a very live drive. James has been going with this one. Her last trip, I mean, it was a really, really nice effort. She was a long first over effort and still just, you know, annihilated, not annihilating, but raced hugely well. Finished 3rd in there. The week before, she was another first over effort where she was a winner. The week before that, it was another first over effort where she was a winner there. So first over doesn't seem to bother her at all. And with the rail here tonight, there's a pretty good chance she's going to get away in a spot where he's either going to have to get her into the flow or maybe even start the flow himself. But she's going to be my top pick in here, 9-2. Nice little number on Tamara right now. The 2-horse Justine Ray. Louis Waugh had the chance to go with Tamara Hanover, and he opted to go with Justine Ray. And this is going to be Louis' 4th time behind this Francis Guillemette shadow play gray mare. So I got her in for 3rd. I like her in here as well. Just don't really look at her as a win candidate in here, but you know, definitely could fool us all. The 3-horse Sunshine Magic. Now, this one I find very interesting. I just can't leave her off the ticket. Simple as can be. She's not a horse that really overpowers, but boy, oh boy, if he can find some room with her down near the end of it there, she is always live. And one of these times she's going to get through. And if she does get through, I think that she's going to be able to come out of there with a huge record. She's one of those horses that seems like she can follow all day, but is, you know, maybe not all that big on the passing. So the 1 horse out on the track right now in this 5th race, my numbers again, 1, 3, 2, and 5. That 5 horse taking a lot of support at 7-5 right now. I'll be back to talk to you after the post parade.
Introducing the field for race 5. Number 1's Tamara Hanover, Travis Henry in the bike, Carmen Asiello trains for Dan Serafian. The 2 Justine Rays, driven by Louis Waugh, Francis Guillemette trains for Michel Letendre. Number 3, Sunshine Magic, Travis Cullen aboard, Jody Cullen for A1 Stable and Paul Sanders. Phil Hudon driving number 4, Only the Good Die Young, Doug High trains and owns. We'll see 7 setting a precedent next. Trevor Henry in the bike. Janai Gallant for Martin Kipfer. 8 is Lady Tara, driven by Daryl Thiessen. Zach Carroll trains for Karen Carroll. Number 9, Blinded by the Light. Tyler Borth in the bike. Blair Burgess trains for Kenneth Seastrom. Number 10 is Macapello Sealster, Mark McDonald aboard, Peter Brickman for Aaron Swainson Brickman. There's number 6, Stag Royal, Jody Jameson in the bike, Kenneth Skinner owns and trains. And the 5 now, Seclusion. Bob McClure drives for trainer Jacques Dupont, Acurie CSL, and a numbered company, Quebec Incorporated own. That's your field for race number 5. It's coming up in 6 minutes.
Let's take a look at a few of these horses on the track right now. Very interesting kind of a board there right now. Seclusion, we just seen her, and she looks fantastic, and she's taking a lot of support, but some of the other ones kind of interesting. So there's 8 horse. This is Lady Tara. I won't be using her in here tonight. At some point, you know, I will be using her again. I do like her over here on this track. I just don't know if tonight is going to be the night with the 8 hole to work with. So I'm going to take a wait and see on her. Now the 9 horse, she's taking some good looks at 7-1 right now, and Blair Burgess is going to send in a interesting shoeing change on her. He's going to go from steel to aluminum up in front. Usually they do that when they think that they're ready to come up with a big effort. I'm not going to be using her in here tonight, but she is taking support at 7-1. She does have a lot of abilities, this one, but from the outside with some of the other ones in here, I'm just not sure if he's really going to have to pay for it hard if he comes out of there. So I'm going to do a wait and see, but I could be fooled on this one. She looks good out there. The 10 horse, Macapello Sealster, one of my most favorite horses week in and week out. I absolutely love this girl. And, you know, she doesn't do anything flashy, but boy, oh boy, you head her down in through them or get her a covered up trip, and she always seems to have good wheels on the end of it. Just absolutely one of my favorites in here, but I won't be using her in here. My opinion, in that last trip, I say she was locked in. Macapello Sealster. I say that was a locked-in journey in her last, but I'm not really sure what they're going to do with her out here from the 10 hole. Let's maybe take another swing back around to that 1 horse, Tamara Hanna. Oh, yeah, save some of that energy there, girl. You're going to need it. She looks good out there, 9-2 right now. You know, it looks like she's basically your second choice in here right now. The big thing is he's going to have to keep her close from the rail. If he has to come first over and show her some air, no big deal. Just, you know, hope that the fractions, you know, somehow or another work his way. But she looks sharp out there. Looks like she can ready to come up with another effort there. So best of luck to Tamara Hanover. The 2 horse, Justine Ray again. She's a good looking. This is a daughter of Shadow Play. She's good looking out there. Oh, she's out of a Jet Log mare. Wow, it's been a while since I've seen one of those. I think I raced against Jet Log. Boy, does that ever take you on a time mission there. This 2 horse, she looks good. I got her in for 3rd, taking a bit of support at 6-1. Coming out of the Guillemette stable. She hasn't done much when she's over here. She's had a 3rd and a 4th. But when she's on the B, she does a lot of her racing fillies and mares preferred. And you can see in her last 2 seasons, she's had 47 starts and 11 times she's been a winner. So she knows how to win races, Justine Ray. And again, this is Louis Waugh's choice in here. He did have the choice of Tamara Hanover, and he will go with the 2. 3 horse Sunshine Magic. Talked to you a little bit earlier about her. I just look at her as dangerous. When you get her, you're going to get a good number on her, and trust me, you can get her at any time. I think that she'll follow, you know, along as fast as they want to go, and she'll always seems to have a little bit of pop on the end of it. Problem is sometimes they're not able to work a seam with her. They're not able to find a way through, and she ends up being locked in. But I personally believe that is the way to race her, because that to me makes her the most dangerous, when she gets those kinds of trips. So I have her in for 2nd. You know, if she gets out, she might be able to get there first. 4 horse I won't be using tonight. And again, the 5 horse Seclusion. She looks fantastic. Let's we can get one more quick look at the 5 horse out there. 4-5 right now. And she definitely looks like a horse that should be taking a lot of support. Very sharp, but at the same time, very calm and cool out there as well. So hasn't really been doing a lot of winning. That's the only thing that kind of scares me a little bit. She's been pacing very fast miles. I mean, I think her last 5 starts, they're all in 50 and change. So definitely has the speed to go with these ones. Just seems to be a little bit lacking right now in getting her nose out in front. But tonight might be a different story. And like I said, this is 2nd time McClure. That's how I see race number 5. I'll be back to talk to you before race number 6, kickoff to the mid pick 5. And if you're closing off the early pick 5, best of luck and well done if you get that number.
Field for the fifth race. Getting set to line up here. Seclusion a little ahead of the gate right now. Looks like the starter will get ahead of that mare now. Wings will come open. Final chance to wager. We've got a group of 10. Seclusion likes to do things to the beat of her own drum. She's the heavy favorite here on the drop down. 3-5 in the center of the gate. With the inside pair both offering a 5-1 current price. It's post time for race number 5. Fifth race field all lined up. Here they come. There they go. They're off in pacing. Seclusion down the center was setting a precedent. Stag, Royal, Sunshine Magic, and Blinded by Delight. Tamara Hanover and Justine Ray on the inside. Further back, it's only the Good Die Young, Lady Tara, and Mock Capello Sealster. It's going to be Henry and setting a precedent. Coming out with the lead here, heading to the first quarter, setting a precedent at 99-1. Rings up that first panel in 26-1. 1-5 big favorite. Seclusion, she won't sit long on the move. There she goes, Seclusion, to come around the long shot leader and take over at 3/8. So setting a precedent now in the pocket, ahead of Sunshine Magic in third. Then Tamara Hanover fourth and on the move in front of Stag Royal, who now rides cover. To the inside of that pair comes Justine Ray, third over from the back, Blinded by the Light. Only the Good Die Young along the pylons. To the outside, Lady Tara, and sticking to the inside, Mock Capello Sealster. 55 was the half. Seclusion leads a length. Setting a precedent in behind her second, Tamara Hanover, continuing to improve her position. She's a length away now and matching strides with setting a precedent. On that one's cover, Stag Royal locked up right now. Sunshine Magic gapping a bit is Blinded by Delight to the inside. Justine Ray. Last three, Lady Tara, only the Good Die Young and Macapello Sealster. Plugs out on the leader, Seclusion. 123 3/4. And she leads two now, coming off of the final turn. In front of setting a precedent and Tamara Hanover with Sunshine Magic searching for room. Stag Royal off cover and behind them. Justine Ray nowhere to go. Seclusion still on top a couple, and McClure looks comfortable here, still under a tight hold. And Seclusion at 1-5 will hold on. She's a wrapped up length winner in front of setting a precedent in 1:50-3. Five, 7, 3-1 unofficial. Number 5, Seclusion, winner of the 5th. Back in front of us, the 7-year-old bay mare by Sweet Lou's out of the American Ideal Dam Classy Beach. Owned by Acre CSL and a numbered company, Quebec Incorporated. Jacques Dupont trains. Bob McClure, the winning driver. Seclusion now 2 for 16 this year. It's her 9th career score. It's a life's best tonight, 150-3. Number 5, Seclusion, 260, 220, 220. Second, number 7, Setting a Precedent, 45.90 and 20.70. Third, number 3, Sunshine Magic, 370. $2 Exacta, 147.70. $1 Try, 239.80. Superfecta, $1,012.75. $2 Double, 12.40. $1 Pick 3, 35.45. And the early Pick 5 for $1, 510.55. 748.85 remains live in the Pick 4. A little more than 700 in the Pick 6. Fifth race field all lined up. Here they come. There they go. They're off in pacing. Seclusion down the center was Setting a Precedent. Stag Royal, Sunshine Magic, and Blinded by Delight. Tamara Hanover and Justine Ray on the inside. Further back, it's only the Good Die Young, Lady Tara, and Mock Capello Sealster. It's going to be Henry and Setting a Precedent coming out with the lead here heading to the first quarter. Setting a Precedent at 99-1. Rings up that first panel in 26-1. 1-5 big favorite. Seclusion, she won't sit long on the move. There she goes, Seclusion, to come around the long shot leader and take over at 3/8. So Setting a Precedent now in the pocket ahead of Sunshine Magic in third. Then Tamara Hanover fourth and on the move in front of Stag Royal, who now rides cover. To the inside of that pair comes Justine Ray, third over from the back, Blinded by Delight. Only the Good Die Young along the pylons. To the outside, Lady Terra. And sticking to the inside, Mock Capello Sealster. 55 was the half. Seclusion leads a length. Setting a precedent in behind her second. Tamara Hanover continuing to improve her position. She's a length away now and matching strides with Setting a precedent. On that one's cover, Stag Royal locked up right now. Sunshine Magic gapping a bit, is blinded by Delight to the inside. Justine Ray. Last three, Lady Terra, only the Good Die Young and Macapello Sealster. Plugs out on the leader Seclusion, 123 to 3/4. And she leads 2 now, coming off of the final turn. In front of Setting a Precedent and Tamara Hanover with Sunshine Magic searching for room. Stag Royal off cover in behind them. Justine Ray nowhere to go. Seclusion still on top a couple, and McClure looks comfortable here, still under a tight hold. And Seclusion at 1-5 will hold on. She's a wrapped up length winner in front of Setting a Precedent in 1:50.3. Finish order from the 5th race from the top is 4-5-3, 7-1-6, 2-9-10, 8 on the bottom. Race number 6 up next to kick off the mid-pick 5. There's no changes. On the end of this wager, we do have a scratch now of number 8 Winchester Phoenix from race number 10. Race 10, scratch the 8 Winchester Phoenix, vet sick. Post time for the upcoming 6th in 14 minutes.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label will sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
Introducing race 6. Number 1, Jack Panic leads parade. Travis Henry drives. Carmen Asiello training for Dan Serafian. The 2, Captain Hurley. In the bike, Travis Cullen. Jody Cullen trains for Robert Jones. Trevor Henry driving number 3, Convoy 22. Kyle Boston's trains and owns with Going for Broke Stable and Leonard Christopher. The 4 is Franco Santana with J.R. Planabor. Chantel Mitchell trains for Kevin Harvey. Number 5, Captain Fear Not, has Jody Jameson at the controls. Kyle Fellows for Kathy Troy. Scammer the 6, Tyler Jones drives. Rod Hughes trains. Sarah Emery, the owner. Gary Murner sends out the 7, Lose World for owner Gino Toscani. Mark McDonald, the driver. 8 is What You Looking At with Louis Waugh aboard. Dave Maneri for Pollock Racing. Number 9, Waterloo. Driver Jonathan Drury, Carmen Asiello trains. Michael and Pat Sergi along with David Phillips own. And number 10, Major Perry's driven by Jason Ryan. Jacques Dupont trains for Ecurie CSL. That's your field for race number 6. We start our mid-pick 5 wager next. Post time in 7 minutes.
Race number 6 out on the track. This is the kickoff to the mid-pick 5. If you're looking to play another multi, you are luck, because we're going to start one off right in this race here. Pick the winners from races 6 through 10. You are a pick 5 champion. We don't give you anything real special for that, but they will give you a nice bonus called money at the end of it if you're able to get this pick 5 down. Right now, $25,000 and climbing into this new wager tonight. That's your favorite, the 5-horse, Captain Fear Not, on the track. I was briefly talking to owner Kathy Troy earlier tonight, and I'd said on the pregame show that I thought that maybe this guy, seemed like he was, out of position, but maybe just didn't quite bring it last week. And she assured me that no vet work, everything's good with him. She just wanted to give him a week off. So, wow, that works good. Hot weather, give him a week off, staying away from the racetrack, and a class drop. I say this guy's going to be real sharp in here tonight, and he looks it. So that is my top pick right now, Captain Fear Not, 3-5 on him. The 6-horse Scammer on your screen right now for Team Hughes. Tyler Jones will be picking up the lines on this guy in here tonight. If you can see, Tyler's been acquainted. If you go down to his bottom lines, Tyler drove him that time. He ended up finishing 5th, pacing a mile in 51 and change. This guy's been racing really good for Rod. Just hasn't seemed to be able to get himself into the winner's circle, but 23-1 right now on a horse that's coming in here with really good form. So if you do get him, there's a pretty good chance you're going to get paid. The 7-horse Lose World. Normally, I think I'd be all over Lose World in this situation, but coming in with a little bit of a stale date, June the 20th, but Mark McDonald's been on fire tonight. Murner's Barn has been really, really good all year. So this one could come up with a bit of a sneaky effort, but I'm going to throw him in for third. I'm not sure how tough Mark's going to want to be with him, and I do think that Captain Fear Not, being that he's got the post position advantage, I think he can get away close to this guy and maybe get the job done. But I do think Lose World's going to come up with a nice effort in here tonight. This 8-horse, what a mystery this guy is. Truly, truly is. A lot of ability that he brings, but sometimes he just doesn't bring it every week. Up to $500,000 right now, 17 lifetime wins, mark of 49 as a 4-year-old. But here he is. He's 6 years old now, and he's only had 4 wins in the last 2 seasons, and that's just not like him. But boy, does he ever look good out there. That's the kind of the riddle of the whole thing. You wonder when he's going to start to act like what you're looking at again. So maybe it'll be this week, 21-1 right now, but he's not going to benefit me any. I won't be using him in here. The 9-horse, Waterloo. This one racing very, very well for Carmen Osiello. His last start took a big move out of there, 25-4. Made another move around the last turn, 21-3. And then he got a little bit tired. That's to be expected. He paced a back half in 54-3, overall mile of 49 and change. So this guy's obviously on his game right now too. But what's JD going to do from the outside? He left real hard last week, and I think it kind of stung him a little bit. He has been leaving hard, but the one time he had the 2-hole, and James took him back, and he ended up with a nice 5th in there, pacing a mile and 50 flat, last quarter in 26. So I think he can do it either way. Maybe JD will be able to map out a come from off the pace trip with him. The 10-horse Major Perry, I won't be using him in here tonight, with the 10-hole and all, but Jacques Dupont had a nice win with Seclusion in the last race. His stable just keeps powering on, moving on good. So let's take a look at the 1-horse, Jack Panic. I used this guy up on top last week. I thought that Travis had a bit of a unique opportunity that he could maybe take down that race on the front end. But, I think the 3/4 and 122-1 was just a little bit too much for this guy. He's got the rail to work with, but that great gate speed, he's really, really good coming off of a horse's helmet. So I put him in for second. I think he's back live in here. I think that, that trip last week there might spring him loose a little bit. Won't be using the 2 in here, but he is taking a few looks at 6-1. Captain Hurley for Team Cullen. The 3-horse Convoy 22. This guy I threw in for 4th. I thought he was immensely good last week when Trevor won with him. He's going to be Trevor's choice. And here, Franco Santana, I won't be using him in here, 35-1. I'll be back to talk to you before race number 7. And remember, this is the kickoff to that mid-pick 5. Good luck.
Time's running out to play that mid-pick 5 as the pool continues to grow, more than 33,000 in there. Other pools in this race also a good size here, so a good wagering opportunity in race number 6 as we hit the midway point of our Saturday program. Fields all lined up, here they come. Good looking start, and away they go. They're off in pacing. And chased out of there from the outside is Waterloo, along with what you're looking at, Franco Santana with some early hustle and Convoy 22. From the 10-hole, Major Perry's trying to cross over for a seat. Right now parked in 5th. Jack Panic to the inside. Then we're back to Captain Hurley. It's being followed by Scammer at the back, Loose World. Battling 3 wide into that opening turn and beyond. Here on the outside is Waterloo continuing to drive. 26 seconds opening quarter, and Waterloo takes over in the backstretch in front of what you're looking at. And then it's Franco Santana. Parked on the outside, Major Perry following that one. Captain Fear Not. Convoy 22 to the inside, then Jack Panic. Swinging to the outside is Cullen with Captain Hurley. The last pair, Scammer and Lose World. Waterloo and Drury at a big price. Get to the half now. They have a half-length advantage on the pressing Major Perry outside, 54-2. Then what you're looking at locked up, Captain Fear Not, the big favorite. He's on cover, and he's within a couple right now, heading to 5/8, second over. Following him is Convoy 22, locked to the inside, Franco Santana. 4th over from the back, Captain Hurley, then Jack Panic. Last pair are Lose World and Scammer, 5 in, 5 out to 3/4. Waterloo still with a slim lead inside. Major Perry right there outside, and there goes Jameson now with the big favorite. It's Captain Fear Not, 3 wide on the final turn, 122 and 3 3/4. cars, and they're coming from everywhere. Here's Captain Fear Not in the center of the track. Inside opens for What You Looking At. Major Perry going to Big Trip. From the backfield, Captain Hurley and Convoy 22. Up the inside is What You Looking At with a short lead. In the center, Captain Fear Not and Captain Hurley, but it's What You Looking At shows up tonight at 15-1. What You Looking At, and Wall pull off the upset at 149-3. Unofficial on the board, 8-5, 2-1. Sixth race, upsetter number 8, What You Looking At? Back in front of us, the 6-year-old bay gelding by He's Watching is out of the Art Major Dam, Oriane Blue Chip. Pollock Racing owns Dave Maneri, the winning trainer, and Louis Wall with his second of the night. What You Looking At uses the inside route in the stretch to score his third of the year in 21 tries. 18th lifetime score, 149-3 clocking. What You Looking At? 15-1, upsetter in race 6. Number 8, What You Looking At? Pace 32.90, 850 and 480. Second, number 5, Captain Fear Not, 210, 210. Third, number 2, Captain Hurley, 310. The $2 exacta returns 73.70. Dollar try, 133. Dollar super, 677.65. $2 double, 51.60. $1 pick 3, 91.55. Hurley pick 4 for a buck, 408.20. Mid pick 5. More than 56,000 wagered with just under 2,200 moving on after the opening leg upset. And the pick 6 down to 55.35. Good-looking start, and away they go. They're off in pacing. And chased out of there from the outside is Waterloo, along with what you're looking at, Franco Santana with some early hustle and Convoy 22. From the 10-hole, Major Perry's trying to cross over for a seat. Right now parked in 5th. Jack Panic to the inside. Then we're back to Captain Hurley. It's being followed by Scammer at the back, Loose World. Battling 3 wide into that opening turn and beyond. Here on the outside is Waterloo continuing to drive. 26 seconds opening quarter, and Waterloo takes over in the backstretch in front of what you're looking at. And then it's Franco Santana, parked on the outside, Major Perry following that one, Captain Fear Not. Convoy 22 to the inside, then Jack Panic. Swinging to the outside is Cullen with Captain Hurley, the last pair, Scammer and Lose World. Waterloo and Drury at a big price. Get to the half now. They have a half-length advantage on the pressing Major Perry outside, 54-2. Then what you're looking at locked up, Captain Fear Not, the big favorite. He's on cover, and he's within a couple right now, heading to 5/8, second over. Following him is Convoy 22, locked to the inside, Franco Santana. 4th over from the back, Captain Hurley, then Jack Panic. Last pair are Lose World and Scammer, 5 in, 5 out to 3/4. Waterloo still with a slim lead inside. Major Perry right there outside, and there goes Jameson now with the big favorite. It's Captain Fear Not, 3 wide on the final turn, 122 and 3 3/4, and they're coming from everywhere. Here's Captain Fear Not in the center of the track. Inside opens for what you're looking at. Major Perry going to big trip. From the backfield, Captain Hurley and Convoy 22. Up the inside is what you're looking at with a short lead. In the center, Captain Fear Not and Captain Hurley, but it's what you're looking at. Shows up tonight at 15-1. What you looking at, and Wall pull off the upset at 149-3. Finish order, race 6 from the top down. It goes 4-3-9, 8-2-7, 6-1-10, 5 on the bottom. Race number 7 up next as we head to the back half of the card. Number 5, Wolfpack Crown, barefoot to steel shoes all around. Post time in 15 minutes. Seventh race trotters are on parade. Number 1 is Kayla's in Charge. Travis Henry drives. Vicky Gregg trains and owns a Louis Gregg and James Dale. Number 2, Toss of the Dice, driven by Mark McDonald. Kyle Fellows trains for Yolanda Fellows, Leo Fleming, Bill Maines, and Bill Cripps. The 3 is First Class Mass, driven by J.R. Plante. Dave Maneri trains for Clint Guitard and Harriot Stables Incorporated. 1 Bell, the 4, Tyler Borth the bike, Matt Bax for Al Libfeld. The 5, Wolfpack Crown, driven by Trevor Henry tonight. Tyler Moore trains for Stuart Chambers Racing, BCJM Incorporated, and Divine Horse Racing. Number 6, Maize and Blue, gets Louis Watt at the controls. Kyle Fellows for Ed Wilson. Travis Cullen driving 7, Bit of the Bubbly. Sean Stacy trains for Hudson Standardbred Stable Incorporated, Dale Larson and Stephen Downey. Number 8, Dusty Rhodes, Scott Young in the bike. Tim Chueco trains and owns with Trevor Chueco, Gary Green, and Joel Gates. Number 9, Land the Plane. Jody Jamieson drives for trainer Carl Jamieson. Carl and Jody own along with David Lemon. And Green Arrow Hanover number 10 is sent out by Sean Stacy for Mark Stacy and Bertrand Gillespie Stable with Bob McClure between the wheels. It's your field for race 7. It's coming up in 6 minutes.
Boy, we got some lookers out there in race number 7. Show me a bad one. They're all looking good out here. And I'll tell you, if we'd have stayed on camera, had stayed on Kayla's in Charge any longer, I think I would have called an audible. Boy, does she ever look out there as well. So let's break a few down. Mark was just on the camera with Toss of the Dice. He looks good in there. I got him for 4th. This 3 horse, I won't be using him tonight, but it's just because I ran out of picks. This is a really nice horse, and he had a real good start in his last start. He was really good on end, but whether it's a Sire's, a Grassroot or a Gold coming up in his window there, I just don't know how hard they're going to want to be in here. His last race, June the 25th. Now, he does come out of Maneri's barn, but still, June the 25th, I'm going to take a wait and see on First Class Mass, but real nice horse. The 4 horse 1 Bell is going to be my top pick in here. I basically narrowed it down to who I thought brought the most, and I honestly do think that she brings the most of anybody in the race. I think that she's pretty special, this one. And I think she's got some serious speed. Again, coming in here with a little bit of a stale date, though, too, but I think that Matt, if he wants to have her ready to go, I think he can. And I'm a big fan of hers. So 1 Bell is going to be the way I'm going to go in here at 3-1. Wolfpack Crown, going to be, last week he went barefoot all around. This week, Tyler's going to go back to the shoes. He's going to go barefoot to steel all the way around. I thought he looked good in the warm-up. I'm not taking a whole lot of support from the middle of the gate. So I'm going to take a wait and see on Wolfpack Crown. Mason Blue looks fantastic out there. And, right now I would say that he's got a stranglehold on 3-year-old Grassroot Trotting Division. Really making a great appearance out there. Chad informed me that Louis was driving this guy before Dougie started to take over. So Louis well acquainted with Mason Blue. And he looks like he's, picking himself up a very live one here. 8-5 right now on the 6 horse. The 7-horse Bit of the Bubbly. Mark had been driving this guy a lot. Kind of went out of his way to make sure that he was well behaved. And I like the way that Tyler's approach, or Travis's approach last week. He had the rail, got away at the back, but that is a really strong line that he put up. Back half in 55 and 1, overall mile of 54. I say that he could do some improvement on that, and he looks good out on the track. This 7-horse, 35 to 1, big numbers for that guy. The 8-horse Dusty Rhodes. Now, I didn't use him in here. He is one that's coming up to the non-winners of 3, this class that we have in here tonight. He's been racing amazingly good in non-winners of 2, but this is a different bunch. He might come out of there with this guy tonight. He might try to make something happen. I'm not 100% sure. Like I said, this is a bit of a step up. This is a different bunch than what he's been having to take on so far. Yankee Boost has been a nice one. He has had a second in against Maize and Blue. He did have a second in against Land the Plane. So racing okay, but again, step up. I'm not really sure what they're going to want to do from the outside. Kind of a loose 8 to 1 right now on the 8-horse. Now the 9-horse, he brings a lot. But to the same effect, I think he takes a lot out of himself when he races. He never really seems to be able to put like a lot of starts together. 7 last year, 5 this year. But as you can see, he poo-poo talent, no doubt about that. This guy, I mean, he's got a lot of ability. Just a matter of what we're going to get in here tonight with this outside post. 10-horse won't be using him, but boy, does he ever look good on the track. And I mean the bright eyes too, not just the fact that he's rolling up beside the gate. When he was in the post parade earlier, really, really bright eyes tonight. Looks like a horse that is very, very sharp, but he's going to have to be coming from the 10-hole tonight. So my numbers in race number 7, 4, 6, 9, and 2. Right now, the 6 is your favorite at 7 to 5. I'll be back to talk to you before race number 8, which is going to be the kickoff to the last multi of the night, a late pick 5. Best of luck is how you see it in race number 7.
Starter opens the wings of the gate. Calls for the field for race 7 to take up their positions. Last call to wager. We've got a group of 10 on the trot as we start the back half of our Saturday program. Maize and Blue from post 6, riding a 4-race win streak. Eyes to extend that. 1 Bell, one of 2 gals in here against the boys at 2 to 1. And on the outside, Dusty Rhodes and Land the Plane. Next closest on the odds board at 8 to 1. The hands of the starter at the top of the stretch. It's post time for race 7. The start, and away they go. They're off and trotting. There goes Maize and Blue, leaving out of there from post 6 from the 10-hole. Green Arrow Hanover, utilizing some early speed here tonight, driving on into the early mix with toss of the dice to the inside. So they're stacked up 3 wide heading into the opening turn. And now crossing over is going to be Maize and Blue in front of toss of the dice, and looking to forge ahead to the lead now McClure with Green Arrow Hanover. Away fourth is 1 Bell in front of Wolfpack Crown 5th, 27 flat opening quarter. Kayla's in charge, trotting 6 as they head to the backstretch. That one being followed by Dusty Rhodes. Land the Plane is parked next to last First Class Mass and the trailer Bit of the Bubbly. Here comes Maize and Blue back to the lead. It's Maize and Blue now in front of Green Arrow Hanover with toss of the dice, trotting 3rd. 1 Bell is 4th and angling to the outside. Second over will be Kayla's in charge to the inside. That's Wolfpack Crown. Half reached in 56 and 3. Third over from the back is Young with Dusty Rhodes. That one followed by Land the Plane to the inside. First Class Mass, Bit of the Bubbly trails. Just over 3/8 remains. Maize and Blue and Bois. Length and a half to the good in front of Green Arrow Hanover second. Then to the inside, toss of the dice. 1 Bell first over. Wheels just spinning right now, and that one's covered. Kayla's in charge. A locked up Wolfpack Crown. Gapping on the outside is Dusty Rhodes as Kayla's in charge. Swings wide up the final turn. 124 and 4 3/4. Maize and Blue turns home with a lead of 2, maybe 3. Green Arrow Hanover tried to call on to rally again. Up the inside is toss of the dice. In the center of the track is 1 Bell, but Maize and Blue pulling away from the competition. Maize and Blue, less than a 16th to go, is going to go on to a 5th consecutive win. It's Maize and Blue to give Waugh his 3rd of the night. Second up the inside, toss to the dice. Green Arrow Hanover finished third, 153-1 for the streaking Maize and Blue. Six-two, 10-4 unofficial. Yet another trip to the Mohawk Park Winner's Circle for Race 7 winner number 6, Maize and Blue. 5 in a row now for the Thrill Bay gelding by Green Manalashi, who's out of the Chapter 7 Dam New Year's Day. It's an Ed Wilson winning homebred. Kyle Fellows trains at Louis Wa with his third of the night. Maize and Blue now 5 for 8 this year. 6th career score. Equals his lifetime mark tonight, 153-1. Race 7 payouts, number 6, Maize and Blue, $5, $310, $290. Second, number 2, Toss of the Dice, $630, $440. Third, number 10, Green Arrow Hanover, $16.90. The $2 exacta paid $28.30. $1 try, $490, $380. Superfecta, $2,000, $354.95. $121.20 for the $2 double. And a $1 pick 3 pays $81.90. $617.99, still live in that mid pick 5. Pick 6 with 2 legs to go, down to $14.04. start, and away they go. They're off and trotting. There goes Maize and Blue, leaving out of there from post 6 from the 10-hole, Green Arrow Hanover. Utilizing some early speed here tonight, driving on into the early mix with toss to the dice to the inside. So they're stacked up 3 wide heading into the opening turn. And now crossing over is going to be Maize and Blue in front of toss to the dice and looking to forge ahead to the lead now McClure with Green Arrow Hanover. Away fourth is One Bell in front of Wolfpack Crown fifth, 27 flat opening quarter. Kayla's in charge, trotting 6 as they head to the backstretch. That one being followed by Dusty Roads. Land the Plane is parked next to last First Class Mass and the trailer, Bit of the Bubbly. Here comes Maize and Blue back to the lead. It's Maize and Blue now in front of Green Arrow Hanover with toss to the dice, trotting third. One Bell is fourth and angling to the outside. Second over will be Kayla's in charge to the inside. That's Wolfpack Crown. Half reached in 56 and 3. Third over from the back is Young with Dusty Roads. That one followed by Land the Plane to the inside. First Class Mass, Bit of the Bubbly trails. Just over 3/8 remains. Maize and Blue and Bois. Length and a half to the good in front of Green Arrow Hanover second. Then to the inside, toss to the dice. One Bell first over. Wheels just spinning right now, and that one's covered. Kayla's in charge. A locked up Wolfpack Crown. Gapping on the outside is Dusty Roads as Kayla's in charge. Swings wide off the final turn. 124 and 4 3/4. Maize and Blue turns home with a lead of 2, maybe 3. Green Arrow Hanover tried to call on to rally again. Up the inside is toss of the dice. In the center of the track is One Bell, but Maize and Blue pulling away from the competition. Maize and Blue, less than a 16th to go, is going to go on to a 5th consecutive win. It's Maize and Blue to give Waugh his 3rd of the night. Second up the inside, toss to the dice. Green Arrow Hanover finished 3rd, 153 and 1 for the streaking Maize and Blue. Here's how they all finished in race 7. From the top, it goes 5-2-7, 4-6-1, 9-8-10, 3 on the bottom. Up next, race 8, starting our late pick 5. Also eligible, number 11 is scratched, does not draw in. We're 13 minutes from post time.
right, thanks, bud.
Time to meet the field for the 8th race. Number 1 is Walter's Nip with Tyler Borth driving. Frank Baker Jr. owns and trains. Count on Gord 2 is driven by Darrell Thiessen. Chris Matthews trains and owns with Desmond Scott, Frank Brundle, and Lyons Brothers Stable. Number 3, Scorpion Sealster. The driver Louis Waugh, Dave Maneri, the trainer, Shell Anderson owns. DA Let's Dance 4, Todd Ratchford in the bike. Greg McNair trains and owns with Frederick Wolford, Hildred and Boys Stable, and Matthew McManus. The 5, Dr. Dave's driven by Tyler Jones. Francis Dumichel trains and owns, along with Jenna McNiven, Standardbred Limited, and John Nislick. Number 6, Barracuda Hanover. Jody Jameson aboard. Jack Darling for Jack Darling Stables Limited, and Brad Grant. Number 7 in the field, Plankton Hanover, driven by Mark McDonald, is sent out by Tony Beaton, who owns with David Mercer and Mac Nickel. 8 is 36 Red. Paul Davies drives, trains, co-owns along with Steve Fudge. The 9 Bayesian Fireflies, driven by Travis Cullen. Sean Stacy trains for Hudson Standardbred Stable Incorporated and Landmark 18 Racing Stable. And number 10, Winston Tuxedo. Trevor Henry in the bike. Bill Budd trains for Bruce Davey. That's your field of pacers for the 8th race to start tonight's late pick 5 in 6 minutes.
Race 8, Pacers, 4-year-olds and younger geldings. No, I'm sorry. What can't be 4-year-olds and younger? 3-year-old colts and geldings, grassroots starters for none, winners of $15,000. Last 4 starts, and that is my top pick on your screen right now. This is Walter's Nip. Raced huge in his last start here. The grassroots start wasn't a bad one either, actually. You know, he had a couple of moves, paced a mile in 51, came in from the B tracks there. You know, I think that 51 mile was, you know, a good one for him, legit. And then he comes back last week there, which I consider to be an even bigger effort. We showed you the replay. I mean, he was like 5-6 wide coming around that turn and making up ground the whole time. I really like the way that he raced, so I'm going to take a chance with Walter's Nip in here at 4-1. I think he looks good out on the track. Let's take a look at the favorite. This is the 3-horse Scorpion Sealster. This is the one that I'm trying to beat. 9-5 on him right now. He brings a lot of speed, but he also kind of brings, you know, other things too, quirks, little bit of lameness maybe. Sometimes the gait just isn't there. The 2 wins so far this year, and he brings a lot of speed. One of them was a grassroots, and the other was the non-winners of 2 or 30. Since then, he's just kind of been, you know, okay. I mean, he showed 25-4 on the end of it, but that's a horse with this kind of speed. He goes 28-4, 29 flat, 28-3. Well, 25-4, he's going to have that kind of go on the end of it. So I do like him in here. I got him in for second, but I do kind of look at him as beatable. I'm just trying to find somebody that can beat him, and that's why I went with this Walters Nip. The 5-horse Dr. Dave. This guy scratched judges in his last start, but had been racing okay in the non-winners of 2 at this, up till then. Had a decent showing in the grassroots. The first one where he was third. The last one just kind of okay, and then the scratch judges. I'm going to take a wait and see on the 5-horse right now, 7-1. 6-horse Barracuda Hanover coming out of the Jack Darling barn. This guy's been on a big mission of thirds lately. He's going to get raced tonight. Last week he got taken back from the 9-hole. Was good wheels on the end of it. I got a feeling this week he's going to be coming out of there with Barracuda Hanover. He's definitely going to be one of the ones to beat, and I just don't know if you want to either take the race away from Scorpion Sealster or stay away from Scorpion Sealster. I'm not really sure which way Jody's going to plan this in here tonight. I say he comes out of there and, maybe either tries to chop it or at worst case scenario, stay close to Scorpion Sealster if he decides to do some kind of a remove, which I could see maybe that being Scorpion Sealster's way tonight. 7-horse Plankton Hanover coming out of the Anthony Beaton stable. I won't be using him. Big stale date for him with that scratch sick. His last race was May the 30th, so that means he's missed all of June and a little bit of July, but there are people that like him in here. He's 9-1 right now, so a little bit of sneaky wagering going on with a horse that's missed probably 5-6 weeks of racing. 36 Red, nice horse, racing really, really good for Paul Davies. Paul's going to be driving this guy himself tonight. Obviously, he knows him very, very well. The last time he drove him here, he had a nice 4th with him. So just a horse that I think he's always going to be like on the fringe, you know what I mean? He's dangerous kind of a horse. He's not going to do anything flashy, but if they overdo things and he's in getting himself a good trip, he can get the job done. Nice horse. He does a good job with his horses, Paul. The 9-horse Bajan Firefly, I won't be using this guy in here tonight. I don't think the 9-hole is going to really help him out. Last couple of races, he hasn't done a whole lot. Got to see a little bit more from Bajan Firefly. Winston Tuxedo, more or less the same sort of thing. I think he's racing not bad right now. The big thing is what's Trevor going to do from the 10-hole with Winston Tuxedo. So it's a no. I won't be using him in here tonight. DA Let's Dance was just on your screen, coming from the Greg McNair stable. I got him in for 4th. He's got a good draw to work with. He could get get a good trip out of this. So there's that 10-horse on your screen, and there's the 4-horse I was just talking about. They both look good in here. I just kind of look at them both as a little bit of a fringe player. 39-1 on this bird, and Winston Tuxedo right now, he's taken 33-1 support. Didn't talk much about Count on Gord. He could come up with a decent mile. Just had that fresh qualifier under his belt, but that's what kind of makes me think, though, that they're not going to try to do too much in this start. Maybe just try to get a nice clean line, have him trying on the end of it. 3-horse, there he is. There is your favorite again, Scorpion Sealster, but not as much of a favorite as he was before. He was kind of a big, overwhelming favorite there for a bit, but the 1-horse is starting to come down. The 6-horse is also starting to take a little bit of play with Barracuda. So that's how I see race number 8, 1, 3, 6, and 4 are my numbers to this kickoff, to the late pick 5. I'll be back to talk to you before race number 9, which is the kickoff, to the late pick 4. Best of luck in race number 8 to you. Lots of winners, and I'll be back around to see you after the 9th race post parade. Good luck.
Starter calls the field to the gate for tonight's 8th race as we kick off our late pick 5. A little bit of time still remains if you want to punch some tickets to play in that. 21,000 plus and continuing to climb in there. Field of 10 on the pace. 3-year-old Colton Gelding grassroots starters. Kick it off. 9-5 on the 3 Scorpion Sealster. Louis Waugh with the hot hand so far tonight. Dave Maneri and Louis teaming up couple of races back at a big price with what you're looking at. Looking to add to those totals here with Scorpion Sealster. Out of town, up next at the Meadowlands, Dave Maneri sends out Irvin Hanover. Fastest pacer here on Mohawk Park grounds. He's heavily favored in the upcoming 8th race. Our 8th race, all lined up. Here they come. Perfect looking start, and away they go. They're off in pacing. And 36 Red driving out of there as Paul Davies chases along his charge to go to the front. Along with Barracuda Hanover's into the pocket. In front of Dr. Dave, third outside fourth, as Plankton Hanover to the inside fifth. Count on Gord. And then it's Walter's Nip tucking in behind that one. Scorpion Sealster off of the speed. And then further back, DA Let's Dance, last pair. Our Winston Tuxedo Invasion Fireflies, Barracuda Hanover surges past 36 Red. Dr. Dave, though, was hot on his heels, and he's rushing up on the outside. 26-2 the opening quarter, and Dr. Dave powers ahead now to lead. Barracuda Hanover in the 2-hole, 36 Red third. Plankton Hanover is fourth, 2 in front of Count on Gord fifth. Make it another 2 to Walter's Nip, and he's swinging to the outside. 2 more to Scorpion Sealster's trying to catch up and grab his cover if he can. Following that one and held up for now is DA Let's Dance, so scooting up the inside is Henry with Winston Tuxedo Beige. Firefly starts up from last, 55 to the half for long shot leader Dr. Dave. Barracuda Hanover in second. Walter's Nip gaining up to third, 2 away from the leader. 36 Red to the inside fourth. Scorpion Sealster up to fifth, but still gapping his cover. Locked up to the inside is Plankton Hanover. Then DA Let's Dance being followed by Bayesian Firefly. Count on Gordon Winston Tuxedo at the back. 124 to 3/4 for leader Dr. Dave. Comes off of the final turn. A length in front of Barracuda Hanover, who is searching for room. Nowhere to go. He's got plenty of pace, it appears. Walter's Nip first over outside. 36 Red called on in behind Plankton Hanover, also locked up. And Scorpion Sealster needs to find more. Dr. Dave's still there. Barracuda Hanover taking a step there. Here's Walter's Nip in between. Dr. Dave, though, holds on for the 15-1 upset in 151-4. Five one, 8-3 unofficial. Race 8 upsetter, number 5, Dr. Dave. He's back in front of us. Through a bay gunning by Cattle Wash from the Art Major Dam Mystic Dance. Owned by Francis Dumichel, Jenna McNiven, Standardbred Limited, and John Nislik. Francis, the winning trainer, and Tyler Jones in the bike. For Dr. Dave's second of the year in 12 tries. Now a 3-time winner. 151-4 is a new life's best. It's Dr. Dave at 15-1. Race 8 official, the payouts, number 5, Dr. Dave, $32.60 to win, $13.20 to place, $8 to show. Second, number 1, Walters Nip, $634.30. Third, number 8, 36 Red, $14.70. $2 exacta, $176.30. The dollar try, $909.55. Dollar superfecta, $3,341. $2 double, $67.70. $1 pick 3, so $660. Nearly 39,000 wagered in the late pick 5. Just under 3,000 of live money moves on. The mid pick 5 with 2 legs to go, down to $39.18. And tonight's pick 6, set to wrap in the upcoming 9th, has just $1.61 in live money. Our 8th race, all lined up. Here they come. Perfect looking start, and away they go. They're off in pacing. And 36 Red driving out of there as Paul Davies chases along his charge to go to the front. Along with Barracuda Hanover's into the pocket. In front of Dr. Dave, third outside fourth, is Plankton Hanover to the inside fifth. Count on Gord. And then it's Walters Nip tucking in behind that one. Scorpion Sealster off of the speed. And then further back, DA Let's Dance, last pair. Our Winston Tuxedo Invasion Fireflies, Barracuda Hanover surges past 36 Red. Dr. Dave, though, was hot on his heels, and he's rushing up on the outside. 26-2 the opening quarter, and Dr. Dave powers ahead now to lead. Barracuda Hanover in the 2-hole, 36 Red third. Plankton Hanover is fourth, 2 in front of Count on Gord fifth. Make it another 2 to Walters Nip, and he's swinging to the outside. 2 more to Scorpion Sealsters, trying to catch up and grab his cover if he can. Following that one and held up for now is DA Let's Dance, so scooting up the inside is Henry with Winston Tuxedo Beige, and Firefly starts up from last. 55 to the half for long shot leader Dr. Dave. Barracuda Hanover in second. Walters Nip gaining up to third, 2 away from the leader. 36 Red to the inside fourth. Scorpion Sealster up to fifth, but still gapping his cover. Locked up to the inside is Plankton Hanover. Then DA Let's Dance being followed by Bayesian Firefly. Count on Gordon Winston Tuxedo at the back. 124 to 3/4 for leader Dr. Dave. Comes off of the final turn. A length in front of Barracuda Hanover, who is searching for room, nowhere to go. He's got plenty of pace, it appears. Walters Nip first over outside. 36 Red called on in behind Plankton Hanover, also locked up. And Scorpion Sealster needs to find more. Dr. Dave still there. Barracuda Hanover taking a step there. Here's Walters Nip in between. Dr. Dave, though, holds on for the 15-1 upset in 151 and 4. Race 8 finish order from the top down. It goes 2-10-4, 7-1-8, 5-3-6, 9 on the bottom. Off to race 9 next to start the late pick 4. There's no changes. We're 15 minutes from post time. Ninth race Pacers on parade. Number 1, Century Komodo. Bob McClure in the bike. Dave Maneri trains for Pollock Racing. The 2 Dublin Dasher. Travis Cullen drives for trainer Jody Cullen. Paul Sanders A1 stable. Grace Marshman. Here's 3 Rapasso. Mark McDonald in tow. Gary Murner for Ray Lasky. Andrew Harrison and Numbered Company. Alberta Incorporated. The 4 Salzbrook Victor. Brett McDonald owns and drives. Brent McLennan shares on the ownership. Ron McDonald is the trainer. Mama Sunburn 5. Jonathan Drury drives for trainer Carmen Osiello and owner Dan Serafian. Number 6, Miraculous Desby, sent out by Jacques Dupont for Écurie CSL, and the bike J.R. Plant. Number 7, Brew Hanover, Louis Waugh in the bike. Kyle Fellows for Jody Sanderson. Number 8, Dalton Shard. Jason Ryan drives. Francis Guillemette trains for the Dalton Shard Group. Number 9, Axial. Travis Henry aboard. Kyle Fellows for Yolanda Fellows and Blair Corbeil. And number 10, A Class Yankee. Mike Whalen will drive for trainer Walt Whalen. Christopher Nickel, the owner. That's your field for race number 9 to start our late pick 4. Post time in 6 minutes.
Race number 9. I'm not going to say that this is the feature tonight. We've had some good races, but this would be awful close, just below the Open. We've got some, horses that have been racing in the Open or have made their way up to the Open before and maybe come back down. Good field of horses here. So let's break this race 9 down. And this is the kickoff to the late pick 4 as well. That is the 1-horse Century Komodo. I won't be using him in here tonight, but soon I will. He's going to drop a lot of money off in his next couple starts. I think he's just kind of on the way back. They're trying to get some fitness into him, and I don't know if tonight with the rail is going to be the start of the win streak. But he does start to lose some money, so within a week or two, couple of starts, I think that we're definitely going to be using him. He looks sharp out there, but I'm just not really sure where the fitness is with him right now. So the 2-horse Dublin Dasher, that's a different ball game here. This is a horse that I think is right on his game right now. I got him in for second here tonight. I like the way that this guy races a lot. I actually put him in ahead of Salzburg Victor, who I have in for third. I think he's got good wheels. If Travis wants to get him out of there, he races good that way. And if he wants to race him from off, he races good that way. Just a nice horse. And he's had a good season for the owners as well. So Dublin Dasher got him in for the deuce, 5-1 right now on him. And he looks sharp out there. 3-horse Rapasso, I won't be using him in this start. Very, very good effort in his last start where he finished second, and that was a first over journey in that one. But that was June the 27th. They might have got a fast mile, and wow, does he ever look sharp out there? They might have got a fast mile into him, but I think if they got a fast mile into him, the number would be coming down on him. So I'm going to do a wait and see on this guy. But boy, he looks good out there. 4-horse Salzburg Victor, I'm going to throw him in for third. Whenever he comes back into town, you really got to take a look at him, especially when he's not, even when he's in the Open. But when he's not in the Open, that just makes him even more dangerous. This is a horse that can really do it all. He can leave, he can finish. He's just a big, big source of pride. And boy, I'll bet you he well named on the sire of this guy too, because he would be a source of pride. Salzburg Victor just narrowing in on that $1 million. And when we were doing the pregame show, Chad Roseman mentioned the fact that this guy missed June and then comes out July the 5th at Tioga in an open 2 and just blasts them down the mile in 51-2. So I say it set him up good for here. Do I think that he's the horse that's going to win this race? Not necessarily, but I do think that he could upset in here and come up with a nice effort. The 5-horse Mama Sunburn, I won't be using him in here tonight. He's come back into the Mohawk fold after doing a lot of racing down in New Jersey, but I'm going to do a wait and see. He does look good out there for him. At some point he will come alive, but I don't know if tonight is going to be the night. The 6-horse Miraculous Desby, I won't be using him in here tonight either. But Jacques Dupont, his barn has been racing very, very well. 31-1 on this guy. He looks good out on the track, but I'm going to take a pass on him. Now, the 7-horse at 4-5. This is Brew Hanover. We normally see him coming out of the Dave Maneri camp, but there has been a private purchase made, and good luck to Jody Sanderson from Cornwall, Prince Edward Island. My understanding is they bought this horse to take him down and race him in the Gold Cup and Saucer, and as bad as I want to tell you this, boys, the Gold Cup and Saucer just got a lot tougher because this is a really, really nice horse, and he looks great out there tonight. This guy, I'll tell you, there's been times when I thought to myself at the open level, this guy's beat, but boy, he'd find some way to power back up again and keep his nose out there. He's just a really hard-hitting, nice racehorse. So hope he has a good stay out on the island, and best of luck to the new owners of Brew Hanover. The 8-horse Dalton Shard. I don't know what kind of color you would put him. I guess he's bay, but boy, oh boy, that's a really kind of a unique looking sort of a bay. It's almost like a mixture of something. I mean, that's a brown beside him, and that's a completely different mixture. But he's got big wheels on the end of it. Jason Ryan's going to get a chance to sit up behind Dalton Shard again. Louis Waugh is going to stay with Louis Waugh is going to stay with Brew Hanover, and you can see over on the right hand side of your program, Louis Waugh was down on 6 horses, and decided on Brew Hanover. So big selections at the buffet table for Louis Waugh. Axial, won't be using him in here tonight. The 9-horse. I think this is maybe just a little bit too much of a step up for him with the outside post position. So I'm going to do a wait and see on this 9-horse. But boy, oh boy, is he ever racing good for Kyle Fellows. The 10, same as the 10-horse, the Class Yankee. Another horse that I think that, with the outside post position, maybe it's just a little bit too much of an ass. But if they overdo this, this is one guy that can put the honk lights on the end of it. That does it for me in this race. We still got about a minute and a half to go. They're not doing a whole lot out there. Let's quickly take a look at the board. Dublin Dasher at 9-2. That's logical. Salzburg Victor at 5-1. Also logical number in there. Brew Hanover at 3-5. I mean, you'd have to think that really this is his race to win. But there is a barn change. He usually gets James McDonald. He's going to pick up Louis, but Louis off to a hot start tonight. So, him looking good in there as well. Dalton Shard taking a few looks at 12-1. I would say a fairly formful board right now. Anybody that's dangerous to me seems like they're at double digits, and the ones that are taking some support, we got them on our ticket. So you can see there's a pick 4 pool's already at $20,000 in this race. If you're going to play this pick 4, best of luck in here. My numbers in race number 9, 7, 2, 4, and 8. Next voice you hear will be that of Chad Arosama.
All right, thanks, Randy. Race number 9 lining up behind the gate. As we kick off that late pick 4, just about set to eclipse 20,000 in that pool. Will continue to climb. Brew Hanover down in class for his new connections and trying to start off with a victory. 3-5, heavily favored to do that, as Randy touched on. A horse Jody Sanderson acquired to try and get himself a Gold Cup and Saucer victory next month out in PEI. 9-2 right now on Dublin Dasher, and Salzburg Victor returns to Mohawk Park. He's at 6-1. It's post time for the 9th race. They're lined up. Here they come. On the gate, away they go. They're off in pacing. Miraculous Desby sprinting out of there from the 6-hole with Dublin Dasher inside and Salzburg Victor in between that pair. Along the rail, Century Komodo, Brew Hanover parked to the outside now. Looking for a spot, away in 6th, Rapasso, being followed by Mama Sunburn. Further back, it's Dalton Shard, and then Axial and a Class Yankee. It's Miraculous Desby, first turn leader, up to the quarter. Salzburg Victor and McDonald parked on the outside and driving after the lead. 26-1 opening quarter, and here comes Salzburg Victor. Looking to surge past Miraculous Desby. Plant's grabbing for the leather. He'll release him. Dublin Dasher 3rd. Another 2.5 to Brew Hanover. The odds-on favorite is 4th right now, 2 in front of Century Komodo. That one's followed by Rapasso. Then it's Mama Sunburn. 3 more to Dalton Shard. The last pair, Axial and a Class Yankee. Salzburg Victor reaches the half in 53-4. Miraculous Desby on the helmet in second with Dublin Dasher angling to the outside, it looks like, first up third. Brew Hanover is going to ride his cover. Second over fourth. To the inside is Century Komodo. Third over's Rapasso. Following that one, Mama Sunburn. Scooting up the inside is Axial, the last pair. Dalton Chardin, a Class Yankee. Dublin Dasher meeting up with Salzburg Victor. These pacers match strides to 3/4 in 1:21-4. Miraculous Desby angles off with the pylons. He appears to still have some pace. Brew Hanover has got about 4 to make up, and Walk calls on him. 1:21-4 was the 3/4. Dublin Dasher leads. Miraculous Desby in pursuit, and Brew Hanover continuing to close here on the outside. Dublin Dasher's almost home. Brew Hanover getting closer. Mama Sunburn's flying late as well. Dublin Dasher, Brew Hanover, Dublin Dasher hits the line first. Brew Hanover second, Mama Sunburn third, 1:48-4. 9th race unofficial 2756. Race 9 winner, number 2, Dublin Dasher, back in front of us. The 5-year-old bay gelding by Always Be Mickey is out of the Art Major Dam, DB Blue Chip. Winning owners are Paul Sanders, A1 Stable, and Grace Marshman. Jody Cullen trains Travis Cullen, the winning driver. Dublin Dasher now 5 for 24 this year. It's his 17th career scores, latest in 148-4, as he goes over $400,000 in lifetime earnings. Number 2, Dublin Dasher, pays $10.30, $3.50, and $2.40. Second, number 7, Brew Hanover, $2.10, $2.10. Third, number 5, Mama Sunburn, $7.70. $2 Exacta, $22.90. $1 Try, $112.95. The $1 Super, $1,066.75. $2 Double pays $194.60. $1 Pick 3, $226, and a 20-cent winning Pick 6 ticket, $3,576.92. More than $35,000 wagered in the late Pick 4. Just shy of 5,600 moving on. The mid pick 5 is going to wrap up in the upcoming 10th race with $4.79 remaining in live money. And we've got $514.75 still going strong in the late pick 5. Victor returns to Mohawk Park. He's at 6-1. It's post time for the 9th race. They're lined up. Here they come. On the gate. Away they go. They're off in pacing. Miraculous Desby sprinting out of there from the 6-hole with Dublin Dasher inside and Salzburg Victor in between that pair. Along the rail, Century Komodo, Brew Hanover parked to the outside now. Looking for a spot, away in 6th, Rapasso, being followed by Mama Sunburn. Further back, it's Dalton Shard, and then Axial and a Class Yankee. It's Miraculous Desby, first turn leader, up to the quarter. Salzburg Victor and McDonald parked on the outside and driving after the lead. 26-1 opening quarter, and here comes Salzburg Victor. Looking to surge past Miraculous Desby. Plant's grabbing for the leather. He'll release him. Dublin Dasher 3rd. Another 2.5 to Brew Hanover. The odds-on favorite is 4th right now, 2 in front of Century Komodo. That one's followed by Rapasso. Then it's Mama Sunburn. 3 more to Dalton Shard. The last pair, Axial and a Class Yankee. Salzburg Victor reaches the half in 53-4. Miraculous Desby on the helmet in second with Dublin Dasher angling to the outside, it looks like, first up 3rd. Brew Hanover is going to ride his cover. 2nd over 4th. To the inside is Century Komodo. 3rd over is Rapasso. Following that one, Mama Sunburn. Scooting up the inside is Axial, the last pair. Dalton Shard and a Class Yankee. Dublin Dasher meeting up with Salzburg Victor. These pacers match strides to 3/4 in 1:21-4. Miraculous Desby angles off of the pylons. He appears to still have some pace. Brew Hanover has got about 4 to make up, and walk calls on him. 1:21-4 was the 3/4. Dublin Dasher leads. Miraculous Desby in pursuit, and Brew Hanover continuing to close here on the outside. Dublin Dasher's almost home. Brew Hanover getting closer. Mama Sunburn's flying late as well. Dublin Dasher, Brew Hanover, Dublin Dasher hits the line first. Brew Hanover 2nd, Mama Sunburn 3rd, 1:48-4. Here's how they all finished in race number 9 from the top. It reads 6-1-8, 9-3-4, 2-5-7, 10 on the bottom. Off to race 10 next, we scratch number 8, Winchester Phoenix, vet sick, post time in 16 minutes. Leading parade for the 10th race, number 1, Remember the Alamo. Louis Waugh drives for trainer Ben Bergeron, who co-owns with Santo and Nunzio Venna, along with Frank Cirillo. The 2-horse, Stonebridge Helios, driven by Bob McClure, trained by Paul Court for Jesse Dragojevich and Scott Emmon. Number 3, codenamed Cigar Box. In the bike, Jonathan Drury, Jody Cullen for Paul Sanders, A1 Stable, and Ron Cullen. Number 4, SOS Sports Bet, Trevor Henry for trainer Greg McNair, Ryan McDonald owns. Number 5, Spacino Hanover. Travis Cullen in the bike. Jody Cullen trains for Paul Sanders, Ron, and Travis Cullen. Number 6, Uncle Shank, driven by Daryl Teese, and Carmen Osiello trains for Michael Sergi and David Phillips. The 7 is It's Major Major. Jody Jameson at the lines. Mark McKinnon training for Daniel Gaudreau and Dr. John Bradbury. Scratch the 8. 9's Nuclear. Tyler Borth for trainer Harry Poulton, the stable Nuclear Group owns. And Soaring Now, the 10, driven by Mark McDonald. Vic Putty trains for Hamac Farms Limited. Gordon McDonald, Christopher Boland, and Limco Incorporated. It's your field for the 10th. It's coming up next. Post time in 6 minutes.
Wow, Mr. Alamo looks pretty sharp out there tonight with the rail 3 to 5. Louis Waugh with the hot hand so far tonight as well. So I could see this one end up being Louis' 4th winner of the night. Boy, does he ever look good out there. We got a pick 5 potential carryover in this race. The 1 horse, Remember the Alamo, and the 5 horse, Pacino Hanover, the only 2 horses that cover. Anybody else wins this race, we are set for a pick 5 carryover, which will head into Sunday night's opening pick 5. So get your pencils out, get ready. You can see on the screen there right now, only the 1 and the 5 are going to cover in this pick 5. The 1 horse looked fantastic. He's my top pick out there. I love him out there. Don't think that this 2 horse doesn't look awful good out here too. He's my second pick in here. This is Stonebridge Helios. We're getting ready for another one of these big efforts from Stonebridge Helios. Every once in a while, it just seems, ooh, wow, does he ever look good? He can throw down some serious ability. Is it going to be tonight? I don't know if he's going to want to chop it and with him tonight, but I could see him, landing in close to Remember the Alamo and just, doing a pylon ride and, seeing what Bob can muster up on the end of it. But boy, does that horse ever look good out there. 3 horse, this is codenamed Cigar Box, also looking fantastic out there. JD picking this one up for Jody Cullen. He was a winner in his last start in the pop-up, now has to move up into this, not a big move up, I guess you would say. Non-winners in 9,000. We've certainly seen him compete at a higher level. I think his form is good right now, 9-1 on codenamed Cigar Box. SOS Sports Bet, not going to be using him in here tonight, the 4 horse, but boy, he looks sharp out there. A little bit of a stale date though, June the 27th was the last time that this guy raced. So I'm not really sure how hard they're going to want to be on him. Maybe in next week, pencil for him. For me, 20-1 right now on SOS Sports Bet. 5 horse Pacino Hanover. Wow, this is the other Jody Cullen entry in here. Nice little 1-2 punch in here. Codename Cigar Box and Pacino Hanover. Looking really good out there. Nice and quiet. I got him in for 3rd. They've been racing him from off the pace. He did show front-end mission, about 3 down. That didn't work. Since then, they kind of went the other way, and he's getting real sharp again out there. Just don't know if Travis is going to go back to the front with this guy in here tonight. I think he's going to want to maybe protect him a little bit more and get another good mile into him and then go from there. But Travis is a pretty sharp cookie. So he might have a different plan in mind. The 6 horse Uncle Shank, I won't be using him in here tonight. Love the barn that he comes out of and all, but recently picked this one up off of Jamie Copley, Carm. Was 6th in his first start in the optional 50 claimer. Comes back to that optional 50 claimer in here tonight. So I'm going to do a wait and see on the Shankster. The 7 horse, It's Major Major. Unless things have drastically changed, this is a good horse looking alert. The bells should be flashing with this guy. My goodness, look at this guy. He could be leading a parade or something. Wow, what a beautiful looking individual out there tonight. Hardly any equipment on him, no head check on him. really, really looks good. Best of luck to Mark McKinnon with It's Major. I'm going to pass on him tonight, but wow. I was getting close to using him anyway, but after the way he looks tonight, I'm pretty sure that I'll be pulling the trigger in my next start. The 9-horse Nuclear, very good on end in his last start, where it ended up being a victory for Harry Polton. Tyler Borth going to come right back to this guy. He had a chance to go with Uncle Shank. He's going to stand pat with Nuclear, and I don't blame him. He really looked good in that last start. Sub 50 mile, 49-3. Now, that's a calm, cool fellow out there. There's nothing nuclear about him. He's just a real laid-back individual. But I like him in here, so I'm going to throw him down in on the bottom. Soaring Now, unfortunately for Mark, I think he picked himself up a horse that's in really good form right now, but I don't really like the post position. Now, that being said, if he just, either finds a placement off the gate or even takes him back and then runs him up the inside, trust me, this guy is dangerous. One of these times he's going to explode in between horses, and he is going to lay down some serious speed. He's already got a pretty fast mark, 47-4. I say he betters that. He's a really dangerous horse. I won't be using him in here tonight, but definitely a horse you might want to take a real good look at. The 1-horse, 4-5 on your screen, and nothing's changed with him. He still looks really good out there. The 5-horse Pacino Hanover taking good support at 3-1. The rest of the board, pretty loose at that. It seems like we got an exactor looking at us in the face. But other than that, people are still kind of trying to make up their minds. My numbers are going to be 1, 2, 5, and 9. This is my all-in bet tonight. Remember the Alamo. And if you're still moving forward in that mid-pick 5, best of luck in this one. Again, only the 1 and the 5 cover, so you might want to pay attention to this race. Best of luck in here.
Winding down on our Saturday program, race number 10 starts the final pick 3 of the night. Scratch down to a field of 9. Remember the Alamo picks up Louis Waugh tonight from the rail on the drop down. It's the odds-on favorite right now to find the winner's circle. He's one of 2 options covered in the mid-pick 5, as Randy touched on. The other one at 7 or 2 is Pacino Hanover. It's post time for race number 10. Field swings to the top of the stretch, picking up speed, and here they come. There they go. They're off and pacing. Uncle Shank leaves out of there alertly, darting forward, trying to get to the lead with Remember the Alamo, sprinting from the inside. That's the quickest pair heading to the opening turn, and behind them, Stonebridge Helios, codenamed Cigar Box, has got a seat in 4th in front of SOS Sportsbet. He's away 5th. That one's going to be followed by Pacino Hanover. Further back, it's Major, 2 in front of Nuclear, and that one 2 clear of the early trailing Soaring Now. Uncle Shank and Thiessen, 2-length leaders into the backstretch after a 26-1 opening quarter. Heavy favorite Remember the Alamo now tightens the gap and swings to the outside. Here he comes after the front. Stonebridge Helios, another couple lengths back 3rd. Codenamed Cigar Box tracks 4th in front of SOS Sportsbet 5th. Pacino Hanover the 6th one. In 7th, it's Major. Starting up from 8th, Nuclear. Looking to follow that one, trailing 9th, Soaring Now. Halfway home is new leader Remember the Alamo in 54-2. He's going to get pressured by Stonebridge Helios, who's now 2nd on the outside, a length away. Early leader Uncle Shank in behind the new leader 3rd. And 2nd over 4th, it's codenamed Cigar Box. Following him, SOS Sportsbet. Saving ground inside, it's Major. Pacino Hanover's on cover. Going 3 wide now is Henry with SOS Sportsbet heading to the final turn. Remember the Alamo to 3/4 and 122-1. Uncle Shank in behind him, now angles out, 2 lengths to try and make up, and SOS Sportsbet continues to close in the center of the track, even wider. Pacino Hanover called on by Cullen to pick it up. He starts to find his best stride. Remember the Alamo has now got Pacino Hanover sweeping up on the outside, and he's mowing him down, and there's Pacino Hanover to get up for the score. Remember the Alamo was 2nd, Nuclear 3rd and 149-3. 5194 unofficial. Race 10 winner, number 5, Pacino Hanover, comes back in front of us. 6-year-old bay horse by American Ideal from the Kamluk Dam Perfect Touch is owned by Paul Sanders, Ron and Travis Cullen. Jody Cullen trains. Trav, the winning driver, back-to-back for Team Cullen. Pacino Hanover now 4 for 25 this year is his 23rd career score. His latest off the pace in 149 and 3. Number 5, Pacino Hanover pays $11.30, 310, 220. Second, number 1, Remember the Alamo, 210, 210. Third, number 9, Nuclear, 380. $2 Exacta, $14.50. The dollar try, $38.05. $1 Super, $210.45. $2 doubles, $69.80. The dollar pick 3, $434.20. And a $1 winning mid pick 5, $42,326.10. Just over 1,000 remains live in the late pick 4, and a little more than $100 in the late pick 5. Here they come. There they go. They're off and pacing. Uncle Shank leaves out of there alertly. Darting forward, trying to get to the lead with Remember the Alamo, sprinting from the inside. That's the quickest pair heading to the opening turn, and behind them, Stonebridge Helios, codenamed Cigar Box, has got a seat in fourth in front of SOS Sportsbet. He's away fifth. That one's going to be followed by Pacino Hanover. Further back, it's Major Major, two in front of Nuclear, and that one too clear of the early trailing Soaring Now. Uncle Shank and Thiessen, 2-length leaders into the backstretch after a 26-1 opening quarter. Heavy favorite Remember the Alamo now tightens the gap and swings to the outside. Here he comes after the front. Stonebridge Helios, another couple lengths back third. Codenamed Cigar Box tracks fourth in front of SOS Sportsbet fifth. Pacino Hanover the sixth one. In seventh, it's Major Major. Starting up from eighth, Nuclear. Looking to follow that one, trailing ninth, Soaring Now. Halfway home is new leader Remember the Alamo in 54-2. He's going to get pressured by Stonebridge Helios, who's now second on the outside, a length away. Early leader Uncle Shank in behind the new leader third. And second over fourth, it's codenamed Cigar Box. Following him, SOS Sportsbet. Saving ground inside, it's Major Major. Pacino Hanover's on cover. Going three wide now is Henry with SOS Sportsbet heading to the final turn. Remember the Alamo to 3/4 and 122-1. Uncle Shank in behind him, now angles out, 2 lengths to try and make up, and SOS Sportsbet continues to close in the center of the track. Even wider, Pacino Hanover, called on by Cullen to pick it up. He starts to find his best stride. Remember the Alamo has now got Pacino Hanover sweeping up on the outside, and he's mowing him down. And there's Pacino Hanover to get up for the score. Remember the Alamo was second, Nuclear third, and 149-3. Finish order from the 10th is 269, 415, 7 scratch 38 on the bottom. Race 11 is coming up next. We have no changes to kick off our late double. Post time right now is in about 21 minutes. Eleventh race field on parade. Number 1 is Jim's First Day. Louis Waugh drives for trainer Carmen Osiello. Owners are Jennery Lamacchia and Aaron Waxman. The 2 mega moves has J.R. Plon in the sulky. Tony Beaton trains and owns with David Mercer, Dominic Chiaravelli, Anvil, and Lace Farm. Exactly correct. 3, Jody Jameson in the sulky. Camilla Christoforou trains for Irvan Holdings Incorporated and Herolumbus Christoforou. Travis Henry drives the 4, Just Given Her, for Murray Brother, who trains and owns with Dan Serafian and Tony Basile. Number 5, Evans Legacy. Trevor Henry in the bike. Lyle MacArthur trains for Linda Wellwood and Tammy Aston. Number 6, Major Mickey. Bob McClure aboard. Ben Hollingsworth for Double the Fun stable. 7's Ryder Ross. Mark McDonald for trainer Greg McNair. Jim and Elizabeth Ross own. The 8 PL Taco has Travis Cullen at the lines. Jody Cullen training for Princely Acres. Number 9, No Wait List. Tyler Borth drives for trainer Blake McIntosh. Tim Dickinson owns. And the 10's Winsun Gunner. Tyler Jones aboard. Cassidy Schneider trains for Mickey Sudar and John Duick. That's your field for the 11th. We kick off our late double next. Post time in 6 minutes.
Race number 11, 5-year-olds and younger, non-winners of 2 or $30,000 on the track and on the pace. This one horse, Jim's First Date, he was good on end in his last start. But I'm going to tell you, this is one of the best presentations I've ever seen this horse look. Boy, he looks very good. Sometimes he looks a little second-handed, I guess. But boy, oh boy, does he ever look good out there tonight. 8-1 from the rail. If you're a fan of Jim's First Date, and trust me, Louis Waugh's not doing much wrong tonight. So 8-1, nice juicy number for that guy. 2-horse Mega Moves coming out of the Tony Beaton barn. J.R. Plant going to be picking up the drive on this guy 2 weeks in a row. I thought he was a nice effort that he put up last week. I got him in here for second. I think if JR can find the right kind of trip, maybe stick close to Jody, get out of there a little bit with this guy, I think he's going to have a nice ride. So Mega Moves, I got him in for the deuce. 3-horse, exactly correct. Wow, this guy really impressed me both of his last starts. 2 down, it's more or less the same mile, 49 last quarter and 26-2 both times. But then his next start, he has the rail again, gets away in the 2-hole, and then makes a move around the last turn. I mean, this guy was the easiest of winners. He's a nice-looking horse. And I think that the Christoforous have really taken their time with this guy. Only 4 starts last year, 1 time a winner, 5 starts this year. Twice he's been in the winner's circle already. Really looks like this, they could, the way that they're managing this guy, they could really maybe pick up some decent kind of gold money on the end of the year, I think, with this guy. He's really, really come along. He's out of a Captain Treacherous mare, too. So 3-horse looking great out there. My top pick. 4-horse Just Given Her coming out of the Murray Breather barn. This guy's racing really, really good this year. This is a 3-year-old son of Mick Wickett. And like I said, he hasn't been doing anything wrong this year. 9 starts, 5 times he's been in the on the ticket. Can't really say much bad about him. 16-1 right now. Looks good out on the track, but I'm going to do a wait and see on Just Given Her. The 5-horse Evans Legacy, I had him up on top in his last start. Wow, what a big, big effort he went. 3 wide going in around the first turn out of the 8-hole. Much better post to work with in here tonight, but he's going to come out of the confines of the buffer and head straight back into the non-winners of 230,000 where he was racing a few other times before, and just not to any real good, great results. But I think that he's a lot better now than he was then. So I'm going to throw him in for fourth. I was really impressed with him 2 starts ago, and I was extra impressed with him in his last start too. 14-1 right now on this guy. He looks really, really sharp out there. 6-horse Major Mickey, I won't be using him in here. Ben was kind enough to get a qualifier under him, under his belt on July the 6th. He'd missed a little bit of time. You can see May the 30th was his last start, so he missed the entire month of June. But Ben did put a nice qualifier, but I'm still going to give him a wait and see. I could be big time wrong on this, but the way I look at it, they didn't really go big fractions in that qualifier. He had a perfect, nice 2-hole trip and was only able to get up there by a nose to horses that I don't really, don't know a whole lot about, I guess is the way I'm saying it. So to me, I would put him at a +1, maybe needs one more. 7-horse Ryder Ross, won't be using him in here tonight. Been racing good for Team McNair. Another horse that had missed a lot of time. June the 6th was 2 down, and then July 4th, that last one. I'm going to say one more for Ryder Ross for me. PL Taco racing fantastically well for Jody Cullen since taking over, but now he's going to have to move up a class. No wait list. That's the one that we're all looking at, 4 to 5. Horse looks incredible. It's I honestly think that Lasix is really going to help him, and not just in his races, but how he comes out of his races. This horse looks sensational. 10-horse Winsun Gunner, love the horse, but won't be using him in here tonight with the 10-hole. My numbers in race number 11, 3, 2, 9, and 5. One more to go on the night. Best of luck with your picks in here.
Yes, race 11 to kick off our late double. Lining up. Second start, Lasix on the 9, no wait list. Outside draw, but he possesses plenty of gate speed ability. If Tyler Porth decides to put that into play here tonight, we think he will. Heavily favored to get to the winner's circle for what would be the second time. 3 to 5 right now. 7 or 2 on the 3 exactly correct, coming in off of a sub-50 winning effort. And Major Mickey missed some time due to sickness. He's back, and he's 5 to 1. They're now at the top of the stretch, all lined up. Here they come. And away they go. They're off in pacing and no wait list. Started up from outside as Borth points him after the lead. Going with him is going to be PL Taco. And behind that, quick pair heading to the opening turn. They're racing 3 wide, down to the inside exactly correct. Between horses, Just Givener, and widest of them, Evans Legacy. He's going to have to backpedal a bit. Then it's Mega Moves getting away 6th in front of Major Mickey 7th. 8th one back, Ryder Ross. Next to last 9th for Winsun Gunner. And Jim's first 8 from the rail trails the field. 26 and 3 opening quarter, no wait list. Leads the charge into the backstretch in front of PL Taco 2nd. Then it's exactly correct 3rd and Just Givener 4th. Getting a seat 5th was Evans Legacy. He's 2 in front of Mega Moves. And on the move is Jameson with exactly correct. So he's going to pressure the leader. No wait list as they battle up to the half. No wait list inside. Exactly correct on the outside. And this pair battling past a half and 55 and 1 and beyond. Exactly correct, those able to clear in front of no wait list. PL Taco 3rd, then 3 more lengths to Just Givener, make it another 4 to Evans Legacy, another 4 to Mega Moves. Major Mickey starting up on the outside. He's going to go back down to the pylons in front of Winsun Gunner and trailing Ryder Ross. And Jim's first 8. Going to 3 quarters, it's Jameson and exactly correct. Here's no wait list with another move out of the 2-hole. Off 3 quarters in 1:22 and 2, and it's no wait list. Coming after exactly correct, and behind that pair is PL Taco as no wait list. Now starting to get clear inside of the final 8th. It's no wait list. Battling back exactly correct, but no wait list right now. A length and a half in front, and no wait list will score the victory. Exactly correct second, PL Taco 3rd with Evans Legacy 4th in 1:50 flat. 9385 unofficial. Race 11 winner number 9, no wait list. Back in front of us, the 3-year-old Big Coldpine Cattle Wash is from the Sweet Lou Dam Walk On Air. Tim Dickinson, the winning owner, Blake McIntosh, the winning trainer. And it's Tyler Borth that guides no wait list to his second career victory, both coming this year where he's 2 for 9. New lifetime best, 150 flat for no wait list. Number 9, no waitlist, returning 5, 32.92.30. Second, number 3, exactly correct, 270.240. Third, number 8, PL Taco, 11.60. The $2 exacta paid 11.10. $1 try, 180. $70 super, 1,008.26.50. $2 double, 26.80. $1 pick, 384 and a quarter. 335.54 live in the pick 4, 34.02 in the pick 5. They both wrap in our 12th and final up next. And away they go. They're off in pacing and no wait list. Started up from outside. as Borth points him after the lead. Going with him is going to be PL Taco. And behind that, quick pair heading to the opening turn. They're racing 3 wide, down to the inside, exactly correct. Between horses, Just Given Her, and widest of them, Evans Legacy. He's going to have to backpedal a bit. Then it's Mega Moves, getting away 6th. In front of Major Mickey, 7th. 8th one back, Ryder Ross. Next to last, 9th for Winsun Gunner. And Jim's First 8 from the rail trails the field. 26-3 opening quarter, no wait list. Leads the charge into the backstretch in front of PL Taco 2nd. Then it's exactly correct 3rd and Just Given Her 4th. Getting a seat 5th was Evans Legacy. He's 2 in front of Mega Moves. And on the move is Jameson with exactly correct. So he's going to pressure the leader. No wait list as they battle up to the half. No wait list inside. Exactly correct on the outside. And this pair battling past a half and 55 and 1 and beyond. Exactly correct, though, is able to clear in front of no wait list. PL Taco 3rd, then 3 more lengths to Just Given Her, make it another 4 to Evans Legacy, another 4 to Mega Moves. Major Mickey starting up on the outside. He's going to go back down to the pylons in front of Winsun Gunner and trailing Ryder Ross. And Jim's First 8. Going to 3/4, it's Jameson and exactly correct. Here's no waitlist with another move out of the 2-hole. Off 3/4 in 1:22 and 2, and it's no waitlist. Coming after exactly correct, and behind that pair is PL Taco is no waitlist. Now starting to get clear inside of the final 8th. It's no wait list. Battling back exactly correct, but no wait list right now. A length and a half in front, and no wait list will score the victory. Exactly correct 2nd, PL Taco 3rd with Evans Legacy 4th in 150 flat. Finish order from tonight's 11th race. Top down goes 10-6-2, 5-4-7, 9-3-1, 8 on the bottom. Moving on, race 12 to close things out. Jackpot High 5 carryover just over 5,300. Chart lines are all up to date on the 10 RJ Ringo. 17 minutes until post time.
Here comes race number 12 very quickly. But before we talk about race number 12, big shout out to Andrew Harris and his connections in Brandon Boulevard, getting the job done in the M1 Pace tonight. Meadowlands Pace goes down to Brandon Boulevard. But boy, he just got there. Al Papi was closing hard. I think Melillo was closing on him. And there was one other horse too, I think, that was closing on him pretty good to name. I can't remember that one, but it was a good effort. You know, it wasn't an easy trip for him. Had to chop it out there, but he needed the wire. It looked like he was going to get swarmed there for a bit, but he held on. Intestinal fortitude for Brandon Boulevard. Brandon Boulevard finally getting that big Grand Circuit win that he so deserves. Been a really, really nice horse as a 2-year-old. Then he come out as a 3-year-old. I think that he kind of always was flew a little bit under the radar, what with Bojangles and Odds on Mamba doing what they were doing. I think everybody was always looking at him as third best, but anyway, he was first best there tonight. So best of congratulations to all the connections of Brandon Boulevard. Let's move on to race number 12. Now, earlier on in the show, we didn't get a chance to show you the replay of my top pick in here. I like to think that it was because Chad was talking too much, but we're going to show it to you now. And this is going to be He's in Control. His last start. Now, he's going to be my worth a look in here tonight. He's got some tough horses that he has to face, but when he's on his game, I think he's as tough as any of them in here. So let's take a look. Last week, maybe you'll see why I like He's in Control so much. So this is going to be first start, Kyle Bossens. and he's in control. I don't know if JD ever drove him before this night. I think this might have been a first time for the Diz too on this guy. But look at him tracking good. He's got that red hood on coming out of the Boston's camp. But watch the move he puts on at the end. And this is a horse that at one time we seen race right to the top level. I think there's a lot of tools, a lot of ability with this guy. And like I said, this is only the first time that Kyle got to race him. He'd missed some time, and he just keeps coming and coming. I thought it was a really, really nice effort by He's in Control. Wasn't able to get the job done on Convoy 22, but Convoy 22 come back with a nice effort again in here tonight. Let's quickly look back for him. He was in race number 6, maybe. Yes, he was in race number 6, and he had another decent effort in here tonight, Convoy 22, and that was in the non-winners of 6,000. He's in Control, racing in non-winners of 2,700 in here tonight, slightly up from the non-winners of 1,000. But like I said, this is a horse that we know has raced at a way, way higher level than what he's racing at right now. And I thought that was a real nice step forward for He's in Control. He's going to have to be on his game because he's going to have to beat Blazing Cruiser in here. This was Louis' pick in this race. Louis had, 1, 2, 3, 4 horses to go with, and he elected to go with Blazing Cruiser. I can't really say as I blame him. Horse has a lot of speed in this race, so a lot of people are going to be looking at it that way. That this is a big drop down for him as well. But I think he's beatable, even at his best game. I still think he's beatable. 1 for 21 so far this year, and only a mark of 55. But tonight might be that class that he was looking for. 5-horse Honolulu Vacation. I'm going to throw him in for 4th in here. I think Drury's done a good job with him, but I always liked him at his absolute best when Michael Whalen was driving this guy. I always thought he did a real, real good job with this guy. So I'm going to throw him in as part of my ticket with Michael coming back aboard. The 6-horse Pac-Man Hanover, this is going to be Garnett's top pick in here. I mean, he does look good in this race. This is a nice little drop down for him as well. But, he's gonna if they're gonna race him up near the front, I think it could hurt him a little bit because he hasn't been doing a whole lot of leaving the gate. And when you decide all of a sudden that you're going to leave the gate real hard and maybe put him up near close to the front, sometimes it has a little bit of a toll on them. So I'm hoping that the answer is going to trip this guy out, and I got him in for 3rd. Living the Beach Life is going to close it out for me down in on the bottom. J.R. Plant driving this one for Victor Putty. Jody has been behind this guy for 3 starts, and he elects to go to Odds on Valhalla. But I think JR is a real nice replacement for Living the Beach Life. So my numbers in race number 12, 3, 4, 6, 5, and 7. Yes, all in the middle of the gate for me. If you're looking to play that jackpot high five, there's only a $5,300 carryover into this race, but that will continue to grow, and there's nothing wrong with taking down a $5,000 gift if you're able to get it done. So that does it for me tonight. 12th race will be coming out on the track very, very soon. I'll be back tomorrow night with you. I think John Rollis will be back from the Meadowlands. Pre-game show starts at 5:45. First post at 6:30. And like I said, I think Rollis will be back. So if you want to hear some M1 pace stories, tune in tomorrow night there, and we can see if we can tear them out of Rollis. Okay, best of luck with as you guys see it in here, and safe drive home. Good night.
Time to meet the field for race 12. Number 1 is Odds on Valhalla. Jody Jameson's in the sulky. Carmen Yellow trains for DPO Stable Incorporated. Number 2, Light the Torch. Mark McDonald drives. Gerard Demers trains for Marc-Andre Simoneau and Jean Fontaine. Jonathan Drury pilots the 3. He's at control. Kyle Boston's trains for Jolden Ontario Incorporated. Number 4, Blazing Cruiser, driven by Louis Waz, trained by Vic Putty for Hamac Farms Limited. Mike Whalen aboard number 5, Honolulu Vacation for owner-trainer Cody Hawkins. Number 6, Pac-Man Hanover, Scott Young at the controls. Sean Stacy trains for David McDonald, BC Ride-Called Stables, Stephen Downey and Diane Bertrand. Number 7, Living the Beach Life, driven by J.R. Plon, ascended by Vic Putty for Gordon McDonald, Christopher Boland, and Limco Incorporated. Travis Cullen owns and drives. Number 8, Bet the BB, Jody Cullen trains. 9's Larceny, Daryl Thiessen at the controls. Carmen Osiello for Stephen Klanowski. And starting on the outside, number 10, RJ Ringo. Travis Henry in the bike. Ruth Moore trains and owns with Jim Hasty. That's your group for the High Five finale. It's coming up in about 6 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. Starter now signals for the field to begin lining up. It's post time for race number 12 as we close out our Saturday card. 9-5 on number 4 Blazing Cruiser. 2-1 on 6 Pac-Man Hanover. 4-1 right now on 3 He's in Control. Those are your top 3 as they begin to take up their positions behind the gate. Field swings to the top of the stretch. A group of 10 to close things out. Here they come. Picking up speed. And there they go. They're off and pacing in the Saturday night finale. Honolulu Vacation darts out of there from the center. RJ Ringo from the far outside looking for a fast start from the 10 hole. Living the beach life. Chased into play as well. In behind the trio is Blazing Cruiser, able to get over to the pylons away 4th. Pac-Man Hanover looking for a spot 5th. He'll settle now in front of He's in Control. Then it's Odds on Valhalla. Light the Torch. Bet the BB and Larceny at the back. 26-2 the opening quarter speed. Living the beach life. Takes the field into the backstretch. RJ Ringo parked on the outside in 2nd and hung out. Then Honolulu Vacation 3rd. Blazing Cruiser the 4th one. Pac-Man Hanover with a seat 5th. In front of He's in Control, who's 2 clear right now of Odds on Valhalla. Another 2 to Light the Torch. Further back, it's Bet the BB and Larceny. Living the beach life is the leader to the half in 54-2. And Wah went 3 wide with Blazing Cruiser to go around the parked out RJ Ringo. Now he's 2 wide and a half length away from leader Living the Beach Life. Honolulu Vacation at huge odds, still right there into the early mix. And then angle to the outside, 5th, 3rd over. That's Pac-Man Hanover as they've got just over a quarter of a mile to go. To the inside, Odds on Valhalla. He's in Control, gearing up for a rally. Bet the BB. Light the Torch and Larceny. 1:22 and 3 3/4. Blazing Cruiser takes over the lead on the outside. Living the beach life, trying to battle back. RJ Ringo in behind horses. Honolulu Vacation and cut loose in the center of the track by Young is Pac-Man Hanover. Blazing Cruiser with the lead. Pac-Man Hanover trying to reel him in. He's closing. Blazing Cruiser called on for more by Wise, hanging in there. Pac-Man Hanover to the wheel. Blazing Cruiser gives Waz 4th. It's Blazing Cruiser over Pac-Man Hanover. Living the beach life and Larceny in 150-4. 46798 unofficial. Back in front of us, 12th race winner, number 4, Blazing Cruiser. The foil bay gunning by Sweet Lose. Out of Pleasant, Roll by Roll with Joe. Owned by Halmack Farms Limited, trained by Vic Putting. And Louis Waugh with his 4th driving win of the night. Blazing Cruiser, 2 for 22 this year. It's his 7th career score, 150 and 4 tonight. It's a new lifetime mark. Race 12 payouts. Winner 4, Blazing Cruiser, $5, $270, $220. Second 6, Pac-Man Hanover, $250, $210. Third 7, Living the Beach Life, $370. $10.70 for the $2 exacta. Dollar try, $18.90. Dollar super, $186.90. Jackpot high 5 for $1, $956.90. The carryover, $11,138.70. $22.60 for the $2 double. And the $1 multis. Pick 3, $42.30. Pick 4, $252.30. Pick 5, $3,019.45. Saturday in the books from Mohawk Park. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Racing returns tomorrow, 10 dashes with a couple of OSS Gold splits for thrilled trotting fillies. First post at 6:30 and the pregame show at 5:45. Hopefully you can join us then. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, everybody. Good night. up speed. And there they go. They're off and pacing in the Saturday night finale. Honolulu Vacation darts out of there from the center. RJ Ringo from the far outside looking for a fast start from the 10-hole. Living the beach life. Chased into play as well. In behind the trio is Blazing Cruiser, able to get over to the pylons away fourth. Pac-Man Hanover looking for a spot fifth. He'll settle now in front of He's in Control. Then it's Odds On Valhalla, Light the Torch, Bet the BB, and Larceny at the back. 26-2 the opening quarter speed. Living the beach life. Takes the field into the backstretch. RJ Ringo parked on the outside in second and hung out. Then Honolulu Vacation third. Blazing Cruiser the fourth one. Pac-Man Hanover with a seat fifth. In front of He's in Control, who's two clear right now of Odds On Valhalla. Another two to Light the Torch. Further back, it's Bet the BB and Larceny. Living the beach life is the leader to the half in 54-2, and Wah went three wide with Blazing Cruiser to go around the parked out RJ Ringo. Now he's two wide and a half length away from leader Living the Beach Life. Honolulu Vacation at huge odds, still right there into the early mix. And then angle to the outside, fifth, third over. That's Pac-Man Hanover as they've got just over a quarter of a mile to go. To the inside, Odds On Valhalla. He's in Control, gearing up for a rally. Bet the BB. Light the Torch and Larceny. 1:22 and 3 3/4. Blazing Cruiser takes over the lead on the outside. Living the beach life, trying to battle back. RJ Ringo in behind horses. Honolulu Vacation and cut loose in the center of the track by Young is Pac-Man Hanover. Blazing Cruiser with the lead. Pac-Man Hanover trying to reel him in. He's closing. Blazing Cruiser called on for more by Wise, hanging in there. Pac-Man Hanover to the wheel. Blazing Cruiser gives Waz fourth. It's Blazing Cruiser over Pac-Man Hanover. Living the beach life and Larceny in 1:50-4.
To a monster.